Good morning, colleagues. Jen,
Good morning, Msutu.
kunjani?
Siyaphila sinjani mntasekhaya?
Ndiphilile nami Nkosi. Hey, hayi
Noko abantu.
sivukile. Hayi nokho kubhetera namhlanje. Alright, ke showke ke Jen.
Okay, Msutu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Am I visible? Am I audible? I'm just struggling with. The setup
No,
because
phys-
it's cold and my table is also slippery with the stuff I'm having here.
no, Chair, you are visible and audible. The nice check it, Chair.
Thank you, Chabu.
Thanks, Chair.
Gonna have coffee quick now.
Okay.
Chabu, please indicate to me whether we have a quorum, whether we can start. I see that the minister is on. I can't dictate whether the DG is on, but let me know.
Good morning, Chair, once again.
Morning, Minister.
Morning, Chair. Just to make sure it's me, just switch it on just for control that you can see it's me.
Welcome.
Yes, Chair, we do have a quorum.
Yeah, just a second. I just want to adjust this thing. Oh, you know, me and technology. You give me a mic and a preek aangaan, Minister. Money technology.
Good morning, Chair. Everything's ahead.
Morning. Good morning, honorable members, and welcome to today's meeting. We are going to have a long day. I actually came to camp here out by Parliament in case anything happened with my gadgets. We will have a meeting today. We will have a Parliament meeting, and we will also then proceed further with a meeting this afternoon between us, the department, also relating to the Mzansi golden economy. Again, welcome. I don't think we are going to deal with introductions. What I would like to do is to request members, when they're going to address us, this now, except now, you know, I almost wanted to say the old school, though they are well known to us, you don't have to, but for the record, those who are new, to please introduce themselves. So in terms of our agenda today, in front of us, and as has been flighted, is the welcome introduction, apologies and adoption of the draft agenda, the overview by the Department Sports, Arts and Culture, and then also presentation by the National Arts Council of the ownership, funding and operations at Downtown Music Hub, non-payment of employees, and also the challenges following closing remarks. Members, we do have a very long program, and I want us to be concise. I want us to be crisp, and I also want us to be straight. In this particular case, members, when it comes to questions pertaining to information that we would like to have. May I put to you the agenda and ask for anyone to propose and second that we accept the agenda as it is in front of us today?
Good morning, Chair.
It's Eugene Mtetwa, and I propose the adoption of the agenda as it is.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. There's a proposal. Any second?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, everyone in the meeting, Minister and the DM, if the DM is here. Chair, I would like to support the move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you. It's Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. With that said, I am not going to have an extensive welcoming like I used to have, but just to say that we have met last week on the issues pertaining to the National Arts Council and DSEC, and what is currently outstanding and what we would like the department and perhaps through the minister to highlight some issues of us. We are fortunate. I have tried without success on Saturday to get hold of the DG, acting DG, pertaining these issues and also the legal advice. But we are fortunate today that we have three legal advice that include also communication between the NAC members themselves, which to a greater extent resulted in a quest for a full, constituted body pertaining to the outstanding 4 provinces. So what we would like to see today is perhaps some explanation on that. And I am not too sure, and I hope that some of these communications and also legal advice has reached the minister's desk, because now safe to say that the minister himself, as well as the department, is not responsible, 1, to oversee, and 2, also to take charge on how provinces are going to constitute their provinces and submit a name. The Act provide particular directions on how to do so, and with particular reference that the MEC in that particular province should take responsibility. We have noted that there is a lack in this regard from the MECs, and I have seen that some of the legal advice has given particular serious direction, or rather a proposal to the minister to deal with it, if it's even worth dealing with the premiers of that particular provinces. So this is, for me, I think, crucial. And I also see that there is, to a greater extent, some sort of lenience to us as a committee, engaging with the portfolio committee to engage in their work, so that there will not be a problem. Then there was also an issue pertaining to the Gauteng representative that is raised by Honorable Mtetwa, and also we would like to know, whether there will be additional provincial representative serving on that particular board. There was this concern and a serious concern. But with that said, honorable members, the issue here is the how the National Arts Council is constituted. So with that said, I will now give over to the minister to deal with these introductions, and perhaps also to respond to some of the issues at hand. Thank you. Over to you, Minister. My apologies, Minister, my apologies. Is there any apologies from the portfolio committee side?
Good morning, Chair. No, we don't have any apologies, Chair, except for the ATG who's struggling to get into the meeting, but we're sorting it out.
Easy. And from the ministry, from National Arts Council, it seems that there are none. I will then now call upon the minister to proceed.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. I think for the interest of time, I will give over to the department to answer all the questions that the committee has. And there's 1 or 2 issues I would like to just add to you, Chair, but I would love to do that when we've done answering all your questions, so that I don't want to look like I am trying to run away from answering the questions. So I would answer all the questions, and if you give me 3 minutes at the end, I will just ventilate something, Chair, with your permission.
Thank you. I would rule that is in order, Honorable Minister. I will now call, is Dr. Kumalo on the platform? Anyone from the department? Okay, I think, as it seems that Dr. Kumalo is not on yet, maybe we'll give Dr. Kumalo then an opportunity after NAC. NAC, Mr. Botha?
Morning, Mr. McLeod.
Good morning. please proceed with the presentation, and if it is possible, just also perhaps, the fact that you've been in the last meeting, deal with the issues. I think Dr. Kumalo, if she comes in later, we will then also request her to fill in and, pertaining to their report as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't have the presentation myself. The presentation is being done by the admin team. I think our COSEC, Vincent, if I can ask you to jump in, then you can handle that. And then if after the presentation there's further questions, I'm happy to address those. Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair.
That's fine. We can proceed in that fashion.
COSEC, are you able to begin the presentation? Mr. Mashale?
Chair,
Is there any luck with Dr. Kumalo?
Chair, I think Dr. Kumalo has just joined. And we've
Okay, let's do this. Dr. Kumalo, good morning, and I am so sorry that you struggled to connect. We have just started, and we have highlighted the issues pertaining to follow up on the meeting of last week. I'm not too sure whether you would want me to mention it again, but I would, for the sake of time, give you an opportunity to do the presentation, because I think there was some addition sent by both yourself and NAC. If you can proceed and start going and give the opportunity to the chairperson of the NAC to proceed with their presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I struggled to join. I don't know what was happening. We have got two presentations. Having missed your introduction, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members, Minister, members of NAC and colleagues as well. Maybe can you just give me an indication, Chair? Are we starting with the NAC presentation? We've got two presentations, NAC and the downtown.
I think we can start with anyone. The other thing, Dr. Kumalo, I think that DSEC is going to do theirs, and then NAC, and then downtown. But I don't have a problem how you're going to deal with it, as long as us as members get the information. But I think emphasis should be placed on the last meeting pertaining to also the opinion. As I have said, I've struggled to get hold of you on Saturday, and I actually feel jealous, and I thought that maybe you attended the comrades as well. That's why I could not find you. And so I was actually calling you pertaining to the legal opinions, but as you are aware, Dr. Kumalo, you have sourced legal opinion within the organization itself, DSEC, and also I think outside. And we were fortunate from the part of the portfolio committee to also source a legal opinion. And I think our legal advisor is in this meeting. But the crux of the matter is, reading through all of these legal opinions, it is quite clear that there's a serious plight for the constitution and how the NAC is going to constitute without the 4 provinces. There are also, recommendations made to the minister, although rightfully said that it's not the minister's responsibility, it's not NAC's responsibility, it is not the department's responsibility, it is the MEC in that particular province that have to see through that process is successful. There is recommendations, and we would like to know whether there will be engagement by the minister with the premier. And I think that is it. And the issue and the case raised by Honorable Mtetwa pertaining to the representative and concern of someone, I think it was in Gauteng province, being on the board on another province, and the perhaps deadlines in terms of the appointment of the said representatives on the NAC board. Another concern of the legal advice is also the decision-making process. It seems that is intact, but we are aware that quite a huge chunk of the budget are being allocated to the National Arts Council. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to inclusivity, it is important to have all of these role players on board with the NAC. Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. You may proceed. I don't mind. You can proceed with any of those.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Apology. Over the weekend, I had some challenges, personal, of a personal nature. Chairperson, we did. Ludwig, please put up the presentation on the NAC. We did, as advised and requested by the Portfolio Committee, request for an independent or external. No, the departments, Ludwig, we are doing the department's presentation on the NAC. We did seek the external legal opinion, which we received by Friday afternoon. We were then able to forward it to the Portfolio Committee by Sunday, which I think perhaps that's the one of the legal opinions you are making reference to. However, can I, Ludwig, I don't think you've got the correct presentation. I'm not sure whether you're the one that is screening. The presentation that we are doing is the one from the department on the NAC. If you could please put up the correct presentation. The presentation we will be taken through that by the acting DDG Corporate Services, who's also in charge of the Public Entity Oversight Unit. Mr. Tsanyane, if you could please commence as soon as the presentation is up on the screen.
Thank you, ATG. Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, Minister, ATG and colleagues. Just to switch on my camera, then I'll switch it off again. I will just go through the presentation on the overview on the NAC. Chair, may I ask that it be on a slide mode? What I will do, Chair, is I will do a presentation and placing emphasis on matters that the Chair has spoken about. For instance, the issue of the Constitution, the issue of the provincial reps, etc. However, there are other issues that we have reflected in the presentation, in the overview, as we normally do with all the overviews. I'm struggling with the screen. It's just small on my side. Can I request that it's be on presentation format, on slideshow format? Because I see the other icons on your laptop, Mr. Alibi. But if I may proceed, Chair, for the sake of time, the presentation outline, if we can go to slide number 3. I think it's struggling there with the putting up the thing.
Mr. Tsanyane, you are also a co-host.
Okay, can I be allowed to share then?
Yes, Mr. Aripipi can take it down and then you share your.
Please take it down. Okay, I think can I just confirm if it's appearing?
Yes, it is appearing.
Yes, we can see it. You can proceed.
Thank you so much. The slide on the mandate, Chair, I'm not going to dwell much on it. Safe to say that as we are all aware that the NAC as the organization was established in terms of the National Arts Council Act, which is the Act 56 of 1997. further amended by a legislation called the Cultural Laws Amendment Act of 2001, Act number 36. So I'm not going to read everything that is listed there, but those are the objects of council after it was established. And it focuses more on communities development and funding in the arts field. These are the policy legal framework that is used in terms of where the entity derives its mandate. We listed primarily this legislation starting with the Constitution of the country, the PFMA, the Public Audit Act, NAC. It's not exhaustive, Chair, but these are the primary legislations that are used. There are others, obviously, that the entity has to comply to. In terms of briefly the performance of the entity, in terms of the key performance indicators and the targets that they set for themselves, looking at the 3 years, including the immediate past, which has not yet been audited, currently undergoing audit. 22-23, there was a 90% achievement, 23-24, 83%, and in quarter 4 of 24-25, the NAC was sitting at 87% of the achievement. So, as I've said, that the audit is undergoing, and then we will know the annual achievement for 24-25. In terms of the financial allocation,
Sorry, Chair. The slide is not moving.
Is it? It's moving on my side. May I just maybe escape and not do a slideshow? I was trying to.
There we go. It moved now.
It moved.
It
Now
just
it's
happened
gone.
after you escaped.
Is it still there, Chair?
It's there. It's on final allocation, financial allocation.
Now I'm not seeing it on my side. I'm only seeing.
Can we perhaps assist from the department
it's fine.
side?
Is it still showing?
Yes, it's still showing.
Okay, I will move like this, Chair, and not do a slideshow. I think maybe that's the challenge. But in terms of financial allocations, which is the slide before you now, looking at 24-25, there is a grant, which is an operational allocation of 120 million. And then in terms of the infrastructure grant, there's a 3.5 million that has been allocated, which then is a total of 124,443,000. And the outer years, there is a slight increase of the allocation, grant allocation, and then on infrastructure, we can see there that there is a decrease in terms of the allocation, but in terms of grant, there is that increase even in the 26-27 financial year. So we can see the totals there for 25-26 is 127,385 million, and 25-26, sorry, Chair, which is the current year, 127,385, and 26-27, 133,231, inclusive of the infrastructure grant. In terms of the audit outcomes, in the past 3 years, we have seen the entity receiving unqualified audit with findings. And in terms of these findings, there were findings by the AG, one of which, as appearing on the slide, there was a challenge where a strategic plan was not submitted for approval by the executive authority as required by the Treasury Regulation and also the PME framework. So there was a mistake there where a strategic plan was amended, but then it was not submitted for approval. So then that was a finding from the Auditor General. There were some issues of material misstatements which were identified in the annual performance report, which was submitted for auditing. And also that the AG found that there were no effective steps taken to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 51 of the PFMA Act. And further to that, there was no sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred irregular expenditure as required by Section 51 of the PFMA. Chair, I would like to say that the NAC would then come in with the details on this matter in terms of how far are they in dealing with correcting these findings to ensure that there is no a repeat. But normally, as we had reported before, that on a quarterly basis, entities do submit audit improvement plans to the department where we track the progress on how they are dealing with those findings, and where necessary, and then we provide support in terms of assisting in that. On the composition of council, Chair, which is one area that I may dwell a little bit more, because I know it's one of the areas of interest, which was also discussed in the last meeting of the Portfolio Committee. In terms of the Act, Act 56 of 1997, as amended, the council is appointed by the minister. Section 4(1), subsection 1 of the Act, which is amended by Section 21 of the Cultural Laws Amendment Act, states that the council shall consist of 9 provincial representatives and no fewer than 9 and no more than 18 other persons. And then Section 4, subsection 2 further states that every province shall be represented by a representative who shall, within the province in question, be elected by a public and transparent process, which shall be determined and overseen by the responsible member, meaning the MEC. And what the department, normally the department start the process to reconstitute the council 6 months before the expiry of the council. What then the department did in terms of reconstituting of the council is that there was a formal communication that was sent to nominate the provincial reps in line with the NAC Act to the provinces, and the requirement is that this be submitted before the council is appointed. We, however, know that there were challenges with the provinces when submitting these names, and the proof of process followed is requested from the provinces. So that is the area where we've had some challenges. But other than that, concurrently, the advertisement calling for nominations from public is placed on the national newspapers. In this case, it was placed in the Sunday Independent and the Sowetan, and also in all social media platforms of the department, but also websites of the department and also that of the NAC, inviting public to nominate people that could be prospective members of the council. Last year, the closing date was the 7th of September, but in a drive to attract more nominations, we had to extend, we requested that the minister allow us to extend the deadline so that we can attract more people to be nominated. Looking at the trends that were happening, sometimes you find that people miss it and then you get less numbers. So we extended, and the closing date was the 15th of October 2024. And then further to that, in terms of Section 4, subsection 3C, there is a panel, an independent panel that is appointed by the minister, which is tasked with interviewing every member that is nominated in public. The names of the panel that was appointed are listed in the presentation. I'm not going to read them. I suppose members do have the presentation before them, but they are there. There was a chairperson, Ms. Lizelle Peniken, who was leading that panel. We received as a department a total of 192 nominees. And this list was published on the websites to allow for public to object, websites and also social media pages to allow for public to object to any person that had been nominated. There were no objections received on all the names that had been submitted for nomination. The interviews were then held in December between 9 and 13 December and 17 to 18 December. And there was a notice placed through the Teams meeting link inviting members of public to join the interview proceedings of all these members that had been nominated. After the interview, the panel then, as per the Act, is required to compile a list of not more than 22 people, which then is forwarded to the minister to consider and appoint members among that list. And in terms of Section 4, subsection 6, B, 3 members who are not provincial representative, one of whom shall be executive committee member, are re-elected by a council to serve for a further period of 4 years. So hence we have 3 members from the previous council who were appointed to cater for continuity purposes. The council was then appointed by the minister with effect from the 1st of January 2025. It will run for a period of 4 years up until the 31st December of 2028. In terms of the composition of council chair, these are the names of the council members under the leadership of Mr. Eugene Botha. I'm not going to read all of them, Chair, if you may allow me just to scroll through. And then I want to
proceed.
zoom into the provincial representatives, Chair. Chair, last time we did report that we had not received some provincial representatives, but as of yesterday, Chair, we can confirm that right now as we sit, we have all 9 names which have been submitted by the provinces. If you see there number 9, it was because at the time when we submitted the presentation, Mpumalanga had not submitted the name yet, but yesterday we did receive the name, which happened after follow-ups were made when we left the portfolio committee meeting. So currently the status is we have all the nine names, but we are still emphasizing on the provinces, although we have received a communication that a process was followed, but we have since gone back to them to say, please formalize it, because we want it to be in a formal letterhead with proper signatures so that we can have this in our record. Why, Chair, are we emphasizing on this? Is because we, in the last council, I think some members would remember that we had a legal challenge in terms of the provincial representatives, where we were challenged that a minister then was challenged to say the provincial representatives, when they were appointed, a proper process was not followed, and therefore it was deemed that the council of the NAC, they wanted to take it to court for the court to issue a judgment that the council is illegal. So that is why now we are emphasizing this, so that we avoid a repeat of what happened last. Hence, we'll always emphasize this with the provinces. And this has happened, Chair, the submissions have happened, as I've said, through the intervention of both the minister and the ADG after we left the meeting of the portfolio committee. So we can safely say all the names are there. It's just tying up a loose end so that we don't find ourselves having to run around in case something of a challenge in this matter would arise. And then in terms of oversight activities, this then indicate the number of meetings that had been attended. These are the statistics that are drawn from the reports that we are supplied with by the NAC. 21 to put is that we just need to bear in mind that this council started in January of 2025, which is the last quarter of 24-25. So those meetings may not be attributed to the current council that is appearing before. They would include the meetings of the previous council as well. So I thought that maybe I must put a context on that one, Chair. And in terms of the governance engagements, the department does have this engagement with entities in a form of site visits, the engagement of the CEOs through the CEO forum, the CEO forum, and then CFO forum, and then also there are forums that are dedicated to different sectors. In this case, the NAC is part of the Development Agencies Forum together with the NFVF and the National Heritage Council. But also we have the Chairperson's Forum where the minister engages with the council's chairpersons and sign the shareholder compacts agreement. I think the last one has happened this year. It's out of the last financial year, but it has already happened this year where minister met with the council chairs and all the heads of the institution. And then in terms of the composition of executive management, as you can see, yes, Chair, we do have acting arrangements at NAC, and also this has been a result of a previous a decision to put a moratorium on the advertisement of positions, since there was a project that the department was undertaking, which has since been lifted, that moratorium, and the NAC is then in a process or will begin with the process to appoint the two positions that are currently vacant, that of the CEO and the CFO, and the others, Chair, are listed there who are part of the management, and I think those are the people that have attended this meeting today. And then in terms of the composition of staff, those are the staff demographics, Chair, as listed, now 45 in number with that ratio, male and female, 27 female and 18 male. And then it goes on to classify in terms of race. And in terms of the challenges, Chair, these are the challenges that we have said. The first one was the one of the provincial representatives, which I think we have managed in this case to have all 9. And I think we have been having this. It's not even, it didn't start now, ever since I think I was saying to one of our legal guys that, I mean, ever since I started working for the department in this unit, we've always had this challenge where provincial representatives are not complete on the NAC Council. But we are happy that this time around we have managed to have all 9, and we hope that it is a trend that will continue so that we avoid these other challenges that may come with it. And in terms of other challenges, is that as the NAC is nationally based, there is a challenge in terms of reaching out to the rural or marginalized communities, but we have seen that it has been reported that NAC has established help desks in all 9 provinces to assist in terms of its outreach to the communities. As all other entities, Chair, there is an inadequate funding to support artists and arts organizations due to budgetary constraints. So it does happen that the applications will be more than the amount that has been allocated. But there are also partnerships that the NAC is establishing so that there's also a facilitation of market access to other platforms such as the Visa for Music, even in outside of this country, the NAC, this South African Gallery of Legends, and other platforms where artists can showcase and improve on their offerings. So with that, Chair, I have come to the end of the presentation, and may I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanyani. Sorry, Chair. Mr. Sanyani has just concluded with the presentation that was talking specifically to issues of the NAC, and we updated in terms of the representation, as he has indicated. The NAC had also prepared a presentation, just a few slides, but it outlines exactly the same matters that we are raising. As a shareholder, I think ours covered beyond what they have highlighted, but also they've responded to the question that was raised by members on the grant or on the issuing of the grant funding. So they had also prepared that in line with the previous questions. But can I hand back to you at this stage, Chair, and you will indicate to us when you want us to then go on with the other presentation, which is more downtown, another subject matter. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo, my gut feeling says that we must deal with NAC and then we do downtown. But I would give an opportunity, seeing that is a new board being appointed by the minister in December. Perhaps I think let's do justice to give an opportunity even to give just a crisp, review or introduction on behalf of NAC. So just for them to get used to the process as well. NAC.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just want to clarify, are you asking us to do that presentation on the NAC structure, or do you want us to just do an introduction? I'm just confused.
We've dealt with the introduction, Mr. Botha. What I was saying is that normally we give the department and then the entities an opportunity. Dr. Kumalo has indicated that the same presentation given by them is also within your hands.
Yes.
But I would like you to give you an opportunity, because it's the first presentation, to just say anything or something untoward
Understood.
what has been presented. You are welcome to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if I can then take the opportunity to introduce the Company Secretary, Vincent Mashale, Mr. Vincent Mashale. He has prepared a presentation. It is very similar in content to what's already been presented, but if the committee will bear with us, I think it is still quite informative. So if I can hand over to Mr. Mashale.
If Mr. Mashale can just do, high profile. Yeah, I see it's the same, high profile, and just something from your side to be on record on behalf of NAC. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Chair.
Good morning, honorable members. The chairperson of the PPC, honorable members of the parliament, the honorable minister, the esteemed chairperson of the National Arts Council, as well as the esteemed members of the National Arts Council, colleagues from the department, as well as colleagues from the National Arts Council. My name is Julie Dipufa. I'm the Arts Development Manager at the NAC. It looks like our company secretary has issues with his mic, so I'm going to do the presentation on his behalf, if I may be allowed through you, Chair.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay. I believe the slide is showing. All right, there we go. So essentially, Honorable Chairperson, the update really is on provincial representatives
Chair,
that have been
slide is not
appointed.
showing, Chair.
It's not showing?
We've given you the rights to put up the presentation. It's not up yet.
It's not up yet. Okay, let me escape and start again. Apologies, Chair, Honorable Chair. Let me try and reshare. Please indicate if you're able to see it.
Yes, we are able to see it now.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay, let me start again. So this presentation, as mentioned, Honorable Chair, would really be to give an update on the issue of the appointment of provincial representatives. We start with the provisions of the National Arts Council Act as amended, which provides that the council shall comprise 9 provincial representatives, as well as not more than 18 other persons. So in terms of the issue of the appointment of council members and the progress, therefore the timelines, on the 20th of December 2024, the minister appointed the new council members, but these members had no provincial representatives. This was done to take place or effect on the 1st of January 2025. On the 31st of December 2024, that's when the term of the previous council ended, because it had started on the 1st of January 2021, and December was actually the last month, concluding their term of office. On 17 January, because we as the NAC, we had alerted the department that the council was not fully constituted. Therefore, on the 17th of January, the minister extended the term of the previous provincial representatives as they were waiting for other provinces to submit the newly elected members. The purpose was to ensure that there is this extension and that council would be properly constituted in terms of the act. 1 April 2025, the minister notifies the provincial representative that their term will end on 4 April 2025. These were the provincial members emanating from the previous council. So their term was ended on the 1st of April. And from April, therefore, the minister appointed new provincial representatives, as we have it, as the NAC in the following provinces: KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Thembandulini; Limpopo, represented by Mr. Lisiba Mutwa; Gauteng by Mr. Vusimusi Lieu; Western Cape by Mr. Michael Wasnip; and Free State, Her Royal Highness Queen Neo Mononela Mopedi. The following provinces do not have representatives, but we've just heard from the department that they do have names. They're just waiting to verify the processes. So we will await the notification from the department on the appointment of these new members. And that concludes my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you.
Please proceed, Mr. Botha.
Thank you, Ms. De Poffa, for that presentation. So, Chair, just to add, I think the COSA can verify what I'm saying, but we've had 4 meetings. We had a meeting on the 28th of January, 28th of March, 14th of May, and the 30th of May. And at each of those meetings, we had more than 20 members present. So if one has regard to the legal opinions, and I know this has been the core issue here, the question really was around the quorum. What constitutes the quorum? Every single meeting we've held, we've exceeded the minimum requirement for quorum. So I just want to put the committee's mind at ease in that regard. That's on record. Those are minuted. So I think from our point of view, we're grateful to the provinces for filling in and sending through the numbers and the members. It's wonderful that we have a full committee, or will have a full committee going forward. But I just want to put everybody's mind at ease. Every meeting we've had a full quorum before we proceeded and exceeded the minimum number that was required.
Thank you so much, Mr. Botha. It was a good baptism. Should I say baptism of fire? But in any way, members, I will suggest that we engage with the NAC presentation and questions pertaining to that. We are quite, good in our time, and then we will then request the department to present the other issue that is on the agenda. Is there any hands of members that would like to engage? I would like to ask the professional staff also to assist me. I see a hand of Honorable Mtetwa. So far, I am going to give Honorable Mtetwa an opportunity. If there's any other member, please feel free to indicate. I will give you an opportunity. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Let's get one thing cleared. That when the question of quorum is talked about, it refers to a fully constituted council of NAC. Now, you can't say when you have 5 representatives of provinces, that means you are not fully constituted, then you base your quorum on that. The quorum must include 9. It says the Act says not fewer than 9 provincial representatives and not more than 18. And I'm sure it is deliberate that there should be the inclusion of provincial representatives. It is deliberate. It is purposed. It is not just to say, oh, we want the numbers. It is deliberate so that there is no province that feels left out. Now, having had 4 meetings, how many decisions did you take under this? Because I'm contesting the issue of quorum. I want to contest it and say it wasn't the quorum. Because you can't say when you have 5. The issue of quorum also looks at if there are 9 members who are registered to be members of the council, then they are absent in the meeting. That's what the quorum refers to, not non-existent members. 4 non-existent members, then you say, no, 5 is a quorum. 5 existent members, the quorum of 5 is 2.5. So I don't know when you speak of the quorum, whether you're referring to the members who were appointed by the minister in exclusion of what the Act says, that not fewer than 9 existing, but maybe absent in that particular meeting. So let's clear that. Let's not get confused about that. Now, having said that, I want to know how many decisions you've taken in those meetings that you say they are a quorum. The second question will go to the department, the issue of realignment of provincial. Or maybe whilst I'm still on this issue of provincial representation, how do you verify the process, or it is to the department anyway, how do you verify the process taken by the provincial MEC to appoint or to elect? Because it says this particular representative must be elected by the public. I want to know, how do you verify the process of the election of that representative? And what constitutes the representation of a particular province? Because we have Vosile who represents Gauteng at NAC. And in the cluster, the Bosperad sectors cluster, he represents KZN. What constitutes that representation? Is it because you were born there, or is it because you are currently an active participator in the sector in that particular province, or is it because you know that province? The third one, it's the realignment, around the realignment of the provincial representatives. It says 3 years. when the council, the minister's appointment or appointed councillors, it says 4 years. How are you going to deal with that? Because it seems like the representatives, their period will lapse before the term of the councillors. Ms. Julie Dipov has been acting. For how long has she been acting as the CEO? And what are the intentions of NAC having a permanent? When can NAC have a permanent CEO? In every presentation, in most cases, it speaks of inadequate funding. Department of Arts and Culture, inadequate funding. But it will never say inadequate salaries, funding for salaries or operations. How many compulsory meetings that the council must have annually? And what are the reasons for the council to have more than the compulsory, if it has had compulsory? Because I've seen in a slide, there is 16, there's 14 times, there's 16. What creates that variation of meetings? And then for the department, you speak of the budget of 2024-25 being 124 million. 124 million, around that. 25-26, 127, 385. What informs the increase? Do you consider inflation in your increase? How is the increase of fuel is going to affect your budget? Is this actual increase or is it below the inflation if you consider the factors that I've mentioned? And with the AG findings.
Please wrap up, Honorable Member.
The AG findings. What were the AG findings for 24-25? I mean 23-24. Because I think these ones are 24-25. What were the findings then? Was there any, is there any indication of NAC having dealt with those issues? Because I think NAC has a tendency of not. I personally have had a practical experience, and I deliberately did this to show that NAC has got a tendency of not acting upon what it's supposed to. It waits until things have gone wrong, and then currently you have now legal law firm that is following people who did not report yet. Some of these things we alerted the NAC about it, but it never did anything. Now it gets into another cost of getting legal to follow up on people who did not submit the reports.
Thank you, Honorable.
Why are we keeping people in the offices, staff members in the offices who cannot follow on issues, but wait until they are caught up with their pens down in order to follow things now with another cost?
Thank you,
Thanks.
Honorable Member.
Let me leave it.
Honorable Mtetwa, please indicate whether you would like to have your questions to be responded now, because as a committee we have decided to give members an opportunity to ask questions in the fashion you have done now, and or to do it interpellation style, because it is important for us to have responses. Doesn't matter in which way we've asked them, to have responses on every individual question that has been asked. Would you like to have responses now? Or
yes, I would like to have responses now, because at 11 I'm supposed to be seeing a doctor, so I'm not going to be able to ask further questions and get answers.
Thank you so much. Department Sports, Arts and Culture of the National Arts Council, you are welcome to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. I think there were two questions there that I couldn't respond to. Some of them were not related specifically to me, so I'll allow either Mr. Poffa or Ms. Bulla to answer those, and then the department can pick up the others. So the first is related to the quorum. So the honourable member mentioned the quorum being 9 provincial members and 18 ministerial members. That's not my understanding of a quorum. To my understanding, a quorum is 50% plus one of the members of the council. The NAC Council.
Through you, Chair.
No, Honourable Tetwa, give Mr. Botha an opportunity to respond.
No, he's not. He didn't understand my question. He's misrepresenting my.
Yeah, but I did not hear you call a point of order. I'm happy that
that's what I'm saying.
I did not hear that. Proceed and my apologies, Mr. Botha. Proceed, Honourable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair. The quorum, I'm saying the quorum doesn't talk to it doesn't talk to non-existent members. It talks to members who are existent but absent from a meeting. That's what it relates to. Now you have 4 members who are non-existent. They haven't been appointed. You have 5. So you can't say 18 plus 5. And therefore the quorum would be half of that plus 1. Because these people are not absent, they are non-existent. And the Act says not fewer than 9. It's the Act, it's not me. It says not fewer than 9. So in any case where you have, if it was a fully constituted, it would be 18 plus 9, if I'm not mistaken. And then if people are absent, then you then say the quorum, we do meet a quorum because you're not counting people who are not existent. So he must clarify. When he says the quorum, does it consider the not fewer than 9 in its current?
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Tetwa. I've read through all of these legal papers, and interesting enough is that it also come across that it's a question of interpretation as to how it is interpreted. And I think let's give NAC an opportunity to respond. And, should there be any, legal threat on all of these things, that will have to go its way. And for me, the crux is that we have to proceed, that we have to get the ship going as far as development is concerned. But it is a valid question pertaining to how do, all stakeholders interpret the whole situation pertaining to a quorum. When is it a quorum? When not is it a quorum? Is it half of those absent, or is it, half of those full members present? And then also that it has been mentioned that I think everyone is on board now. And perhaps on the 4 meetings and the decisions he's taking, if Mr. Botha can just indicate as to whether the effect those decisions will have at the time of the 4 provinces being absent. Thank you, Mr. Botha.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member Mtetwa. I do understand you better now. So to answer your question very succinctly, a quorum, even with the vacancies filled, amounts to 13 members of the National Arts Council. And we had 20 members. We had no less than 20 members at any of our meetings. So even at the most judicious interpretation of the word quorum, we always had the minimum. We exceeded the minimum. So all our council meetings were quorate. On the basis that no less than 20 members were in attendance. And no matter how you do the math, that's a quorum. So I don't know if that answers that question. Unfortunately, Chair, I didn't prepare for the question of how many decisions have been taken. I am just waiting for the COSEC maybe to just go through those resolutions. I don't think it's a huge amount. I don't want to guess. I don't want to get it wrong. But there were a few decisions that were taken. And then the second question is, Honourable Member Mtetwa asked about more meetings. We've had 4 meetings so far. 2 of them have been the required meetings. We're supposed to have 4 meetings per annum. The first one was obviously related to the annual performance plan and the strategy plan, which we had to review and submit. And the latest one was related to the budgets, which was on the 30th of May. And then we had meetings in between, which were very necessary because we had to get our committee structures in place, and we also had to deal with this, with the issues regarding the quorum, the provincial members, and how to go forward. So we do. I mean, all of us are professionals. All of us are full-time employed in our own businesses. We do this out of a passion for the arts and for the industry. So we do try and limit it to what's necessary, but it is always driven by the needs of the NAC.
Thank you, Mr. Botha. I see the end of Honorable Daniels and Minister Gayton. Honorable Daniels, do you have a problem if I allow the Minister before you?
Thank you, Honorable
Chairperson. May I ask the Minister to come in before you? Are you happy with that?
Yes, I am unhappy with it, Chairperson.
No, he's part of the individuals being accountable to the committee. Maybe you want to respond. I think let's give the Minister an opportunity.
I accept your indulgence, Chairperson. Of course, my first point was a question directed to the Minister. So I was hoping that I can pose that question while the Minister on the platform, he can also address that.
No, I will give you an opportunity to do so.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. So to the Honourable Minister, firstly, good morning, Honourable Minister. Good morning to NAC, fellow colleagues, and all protocol observed. I've seen in the audit findings that no steps were taken to prevent irregular expenditure, and also there's no evidence of disciplinary steps taken against officials implicated in anything or everything that has been irregular. So I wanted to know from the Minister what steps is he going to take, if he has not taken yet, to make sure that we address those challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Daniels. The Honourable Minister, Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me start by answering the question of Honourable Mtetwa regarding the provincial representation on the NAC board. The national government of DSEC, the national wing of DSEC, they have no input in who the provinces select. It will be interference if we tell the provinces firstly who to elect, but there's a process that's happening, that should happen. The process is that the provinces have their own process of selecting, putting adverts out and interviewing people, and when they give us the name of the representative, we still have a duty as the department to send letters to them and ask them if every process required by law has been followed. So that is, I just needed to answer that question because the question was posed to the national department and not the provincial department. So that's the first thing. Honourable Daniels, and then I think the chairperson of NAC has also answered the question of what constitutes a quorum. I think there's, and as you rightly say, sometimes the interpretation of the whole act, but quorum is 50+1. And Honourable Daniels, what coming in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, it's sad to say it, but there's so many things that needed, there's so many forensic reports that needed one to take action. And we have taken the posture of let's appoint the boards first and let them do their fiduciary duties by going after the guilty ones, like what we've done in boxing SA. We have appointed a board and we said, now you have all those reports, follow up on those reports. And this is the same strategy we intend using or implementing as far as the NAC is concerned. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Molatani.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members, the NAC board, and the staff from the DSEC. Chairperson, I think I had some few questions as well as the recommendations. My first question, Chairperson, how does the NAC measure the effectiveness of its interventions, particularly the provincial help desk and international partnership mentioned as responses to identify challenges? Without clear metrics and evaluation framework, these initiatives risk becoming symbolic rather than substantive responses to systematic problems. My second question, Chair, what strategies is the NAC developing to address the declining infrastructure grant allocation? And how will this impact the organization's capacity to support arts infrastructure development? The reduction from 3.5 million to 1.1 million represent a significant decrease that could affect long-term sector development. Those are my two first questions, Chair. I think I will come back again, but I have one recommendation that I want to make to. I think the NAC should immediately prioritize stabilizing its executive leadership structure by completing permanent appointments for all intern positions within 6 months. This will require comprehensive succession planning, competitive recruitment process, and clear performance management framework to ensure accountability and effectiveness. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani, can you just clarify, you speak about the stability in the executive structure. Is that the executive structure of NAC or the department itself?
NAC, Chairperson.
Would you mind if I add the department itself and for the minister to respond on that as well, because we've raised the issue of the acting positions within the department while we also are on that matter. Are you happy if I include that as a question to the minister?
No, I'm happy, Chairperson.
Thank you. There are three questions. The issue on matrix, the infrastructure, which is of great importance, and then the executive structure of both the department as well as the NAC. I see the hand of Honorable Eugene Mtetwa is up again, and I suspect that he needs some answers on more questions. I'm going to give you an opportunity, Honorable Mtetwa. Then I'm going to ask the minister to respond to both the executive structures of the DSEC as well as NAC. And then I'm going to give Dr. Kumalo an opportunity to respond on the issues asked by the Honorable Molatane. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. The question of how does the department verify? The minister says they write letters. I don't know whether is that the way that the department verifies that the provincial did indeed run the process fairly as it's supposed, transparent and fairly as it's supposed to be. And then the other question to the minister, as I said that I'm going to be leaving, I would just want to leave these questions. Maybe an interpol with the minister, interpolate with the minister. NAC Chairperson, how do you know Mr. Eugene Botha, Minister?
Honorable Mtetwa, I've given you your slot. I'm going to give you a slot again. I'm so sorry to do this to you.
Okay, maybe he can respond to that one because, as I said, that I'm going to be leaving, so I might not be there when you finish with others.
No, Honorable Mteto, you are hijacking me now. Let me ask you a question. The issue on the letters, write a letter. What was the issue there?
I wanted the minister, I asked how do they verify that the process was correctly done, because they are saying that they are waiting for other provinces to furnish them with the information that they have. And if the province says, yes, we did, how do they verify that the province did run the process?
Okay, verification. Let me ask Dr. Kumalo to respond to that verification alongside the process. Then I'm going to give the minister an opportunity to respond to the two questions, and then Dr. Kumalo is going to respond on Honorable Molatani's question. Then I'm going to give an opportunity again to Honorable Mtetwa because I don't see any other hands. Honorable.
Also on the question of inflation.
My apologies, Chairperson.
Just a second, Honorable Tetwa, please clarify.
I'm saying the question on inflation versus fuel increase in terms of the budget increase that they have reflected on.
Okay. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Very briefly, Chairperson. Initially, when I posed my two questions to the Honorable Minister, I thought you were going to come back to me. My hand has never been lowered ever since I've raised it earlier on. So maybe you've just not seen it.
Let me do this, Honorable Daniels. I thought that was the two questions that you have asked. I'm sorry for that omission. I'm going to give you an opportunity again. My humble apologies.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
The Minister?
My apologies, Chairperson. If I can ask if I can go before the acting DG so she can fill in some of the things I'm leaving out.
Please do, Minister.
All right. The first question, if I understand it correctly, is that how do we verify what the provinces are telling us? And then I got a question of how I know the chairperson. And the third one, if it's the vacancies, am I correct in the department?
Yeah, but keep away the how do you know the chairperson, because that I've been ambushed by Honorable Mtetwa that I'm giving you an opportunity again.
Oh, okay. Let me just ask the one of we must verify the issue of if the right process has been followed. Firstly, we operate on a matter of the MECs that has been asked that has been tasked with giving us the names. We don't operate on a level of distrust. Number one, it is collegial when these people have taken an oath where a complaint might arise. There shall be further investigation. But you can't, whenever you request something from somebody, then you must verify it, particularly when it is in the line of job. I get many things. Imagine the CEO gives me something, I must verify it. The ADG gives me something, I should verify it. But wherever it can be proven that a lie has been told to us, we will then investigate that. And as far as the appointments are concerned, I'm going to go right back to the instruction that I have given. It was like Hollywood when I arrived there. Everybody was acting. And I made it clear that let us appoint the boards so that they can appoint the people. And I think we've hit a record in appointing boards, particularly for the purposes of making sure that they appoint and fill the post. During the presentation of regarding the NEC, it was stated there that they are now tasked with filling two positions. I think the CEO and the CFO, they are tasked with those positions. So the ones I left out, Honorable Chair, the ADG can just answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The issue around inflation, Mr. Eugene Buerta or Dr. Kumalo?
Thank you, Chair. We would also respond to that. I had put up my hand just to respond to several other questions that came from Honorable Mthethwa. Mr. Zanyane would address the issue of realignment in terms of the 3-year period and the 4-year period. Minister has spoken to the issue of verification, but I just wanted to add, Chair, that our presentation that we took the committee through, if you the honorable member looks at slide number 9, we had outlined there in terms of the issue of the composition of council, and we also made reference to section 4 subsection 2. So when we speak about a letter as a communication that goes to the provinces. Firstly, as Mr. Sanyane was also explaining, it's a letter that outlines to the MECs the processes that need to be followed with reference to the section that I'm talking about. Also in March, Honorable Chair, we had a MINMAC meeting where the minister had a meeting with all the provincial MECs. And again, the emphasis was made in terms of the procedures, processes that need to be followed. And remember, Chair, at that time, already letters that Mr. Tanyane was making reference to had gone out. But the re-emphasis in terms of process and procedure. So when we speak about verification of the process, we don't really move away from what the clause says. In terms of every province shall be represented by a representative who shall within the province in question be elected by a public and transparent process, which shall be determined and overseen by the responsible member, which in this case is the MEC. Mr. Sanyane will add in terms of if he wants to provide further detail. But I also would like to bring in through you, Chair, the CFO who will talk to the issue of budget. The question that spoke to how we determine, is it based on inflation? Is it based on any other factors? The 124 moving on to 127 million, 25-26. But also, Chairperson, I wanted Honorable Member Mthethwa also ask the question around the AG findings. The AG findings that you saw in our presentation are not 24-25 AG findings, Chair. They are the 23-24 because the Honorable Member was saying, where are those? Those are the 23-24. Remember that the auditing of 24-25 is currently being done by the AG. So that particular result will only come out when the AG has concluded the process. So those are not 24-25, Honorable Member. They are 23-24. So, Chair, while I'm there, you also said I needed to respond to an Honorable Molitsane's question. My understanding from the two questions I got or noted from Honorable Molitsane is she asked a question around the effectiveness of the interventions that NAC puts in place, which NAC would respond to, and secondly, the strategies that they have put in place to address the declining infrastructure funding in particular. So, Chair, through you, maybe once we conclude with our responses, you can then allow NAC to respond to the two questions that came from Honorable Molitsane. CFO, maybe through the chair, you can come first, and then Mr. Sanyane, if you want to add anything, but also please respond to the realignment question from Honorable Mthethwa. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. The issue on the budget, I'll just put my camera on, Chair, and then switch it off. The issue on the issue of the reduction and increase, as you can remember, Chair, if you look at overall, because in the preparation of the 24-25 budget process, there was that compulsory cut of the budget, and that compulsory cut literally for the MTF period for the 3 years, the impact there of the sector was about 900 million. And And then that cause, actually, if you look at the budget realistic, the budget is not even increasing. It's just that you have introduced the new baseline. But if you have to talk to direct baseline, Chair, for in case the average inflation for 24-25 financial year was 4.6, and the budget based on the revised baseline is about 4%. So there is a shortage of about 0.6% in terms of the current budget. But of course, there are items that you don't touch when you do the budget process. One of the things that we didn't touch is the allocation to entities. That is why you can see some of the budget increasing. And if maybe I have to also talk to the reduction on the infrastructure. As you know, Chair, the infrastructure budget has been reduced on the basis of some of the projects that we completed in the previous financial year, and that realistic then brought the budget lesser than that, and also the issue of reprioritization of the budget for doing new projects. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we respond to Honorable Molatani's question on the infrastructure? Then I'm going to give the Minister an opportunity to respond to the issue of the executive structure of DSEC, certainty on the appointments, and I'm not too sure who's going to respond on the issue on the executive structure on stability of NAC of Honorable Molatani. Then after that, I will give an opportunity to Honorable Mtetwa, the final last opportunity, and then back to Honorable Daniels. I saw the hand of Honorable Molatani again. I saw it before any other member. I'm going to give her another bite, following by Honorable Khabo, and then by Honorable Nkosi in that order. Infrastructure. Anybody to respond to the issue of the... Proceed with that.
Chairperson, I'm not able to raise my hand. It's Leboga Mogere, excuse my voice. I've been struggling really to even breathe. I thought to an extent the CFO had somehow gave a reflection of how the infrastructure budget have been generally affected by the cuts that have been happening even over the MTEF period. So what was presented there in Mr. Zanyana's presentation showing the reduction over the period of 3 years, it's partly because of that. But also, Chair, that you saw, it's not necessarily conclusive because it's a reflection of the MTEF, and we do a review annually. If the entity, for example, Chairperson, was to submit a business plan in the current financial year and say we've got a downtown music hub that requires an X amount, and ultimately a determination is made that indeed that project must be given a priority, notwithstanding what the Chair have seen there from the presentation made by Mr. Zanyani. A decision would be made and a required allocation, as long as the resources are available, will then be made for those specific projects. So it might have reflected 1 million, for example, for 25-26, but you find that along the year decision is taken that let's assist the downtown music hub if that decision was to be taken. The next time when we present, you see a completely different figure, Chair. So but all in all, it's a combination of that it would be what the entity would submit to the department and what is available within the budget of the department. It's not necessarily conclusive, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tebogo. Hope you get well. The Minister on the executive structure. Minister, please unmute.
Thank you so much, Chair. Well, Chair, when we came in, we had in the executive of the PA, the executive of the DSEC.
Department.
Yeah, the department. We had an acting ADG. We had an acting ADG. We had an acting DDG position. And we immediately started with interviews to fill those positions. Yes, we are saying we've shortlisted candidates in both positions to fill both positions. And we are now awaiting, it's going to appear before Cabinet as it is required. And Cabinet will then give us the yay or nay on those two appointments. And I think then we are also busy with organizational review. Looking at the whole structure, is it effective? Is it worth tampering with? But we are busy looking at that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. And the stability structure, who's going to respond on that of the NAC?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps
What
through
else?
you. Thank you, Chair. So Honourable Malatsana asked 3 questions. I think they were related to the NAC. We can double check, but the first was, how do we measure outcomes of our interactions? The second one, if I understood it correctly, and perhaps the Honourable Member can just clarify for me if I got it wrong, but she basically asked us what steps are we taking to supplement the shortfall, the financial shortfall, in our funding and our grants. I just want to clarify that. Those 2 questions I will ask Ms. Julie de Poffa to answer. That's within her framework. Then the third question was regarding the permanent appointments for the positions at the National Arts Council. So obviously, the interim appointments, the interim positions was related to the amalgamation, which was concluded or terminated last year. The council had a vote on starting the process for the permanent appointments in May. The HR committee has been appointed. I'm advised that they are currently round-robining the adverts. So we are confident that the adverts for the interim CEO or the permanent CEO and the permanent CFO positions will be presented to council for approval at our council meeting on the 18th of June. Our goal is to try and have the permanent CEOs appointed subject to all processes and things being followed properly by August, within 6 to 8 weeks. So that process is underway. We have taken steps to create the permanency that the Honourable Member is referring to. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Botha. Mr. Tetwa, your last bite at the chair before you leave.
Thank you, Chair. It's questions to the Minister. How does he know Mr. Botha, who is the chairperson of NAC? How does he relate to him? And how many other members that belong to his political party that he has appointed into boards of councils or councils to date? And then in terms of governance, what does he understand about independence vis-a-vis conflict of interest? What would his expectations be if any of the councils that he has appointed members of PA2 would have to account to him? What would he expect them to do? What would be the situation? Let me end there.
The Minister.
All right. Thank you so much for the question. I know the chairperson of the NAC Council because he does legal work for some of the companies in my family. He does legal work for some of the companies. He's part of probably 12 lawyers or so serving my family businesses. I also know that he is a member of the Patriotic Alliance, and he serves together with me on the Patriotic Alliance. And the second question, that I have not counted. Patriotic Alliance is no longer a small party, and I've not counted how many members do we have that sits on the board. But I must also add that being a member of a political party does not exclude you from board representation. I must also add that you talk about governance, Honorable. The Act allows for me to choose who should sit on the board. You talk about conflict of interest. I must add, as far as conflict of interest is concerned, that we are professional people, and if there's a conflict that arises, it is in the fiduciary duties of the chairperson and myself to mention that conflict. None of that has arisen, and I know him, and I know him to be one of the smartest lawyers we've ever asked to do work for, and that's my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. I'm going to ask Honorable Daniels. It's your opportunity now. Honorable Daniels, please unmute.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wanted to touch on the legal opinions and the quorum, but I'm glad that the horse has galloped. I'm satisfied with the answers that I got, because in terms of legal opinions, it is what it is. It's just an opinion, and therefore there will be contrasting opinions and stuff, but I'm not going to dwell too much on it because I think we've moved on from that. I was going to talk about, and Honorable Mteto has touched on it, because I've heard in the corridors and amongst ourselves the questions around the appointment of Mr. Botha. So I'm glad also that the Minister has now answered that. But I want to say, we are all politicians here. And if you have not joined a party that's been established for 20 years or more, or on or about, if you've been part of a party from its infancy stages, when you've been ridiculed, laughed at, called names, and people praying that you're never going to make it to see the end of the day as an organization or a party, it gives me great joy when I saw Honorable Eugene serving you on the entity. I don't know what's happening there inside with the administrations and stuff, but it just gave me great joy, because it's nice to see, and everybody, if you're honest with yourself, you will agree that it's nice to see people from an organization being represented on entities or agencies across the country. It just shows the growth of the organization, and that's what it's all about. So I'm particularly pleased when it comes to that. I want to, Chairperson, ask us to please go back to the presentation in terms of the executive membership and as well as the staff representation, please. If we can flight that presentation, please.
I think it is page 12. No, it is page 18. Please flight page 18 for us, for Honorable Daniels. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Composition of the staff. You know, Chair, I'm like many others present here on this platform and many others that's not here. We are so much in denial, and that's exactly where I've been when it comes to having to admit that we are there now where we have to wear glasses. You know, Chair. So I couldn't believe when I looked at this. I thought, no, let me get my glasses. to make sure that I'm not being deceived by what I think I'm seeing. But on here, I'm immensely glad to see the majority on gender is female. That's really positive for our country. And then I'm particularly disturbed that there's no colored representation. Now, I will fail, and I'm glad now I saw what it really was without the glasses. So it's so evident. I need to know of these ones. Let me go with my questions, but I wanted this up. There was also the executive membership one, which was different to this. If we can have that one, please.
Proceed, honorable members.
Now, if you look at the composition of the executive management, again, I see the same outcome, that there's no colored people employed. That can never be right. I don't know why there's this hatred for colored people in this country by some people. And
Order, Chairperson.
You've got a point of order there, Chair.
Honorable
Molotani.
Molotani.
Yes,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Molotani, proceed.
Chairperson, you know some of the things we cannot allow them to be said in this meeting. Honorable, I want the name. I don't want to. The honorable who's on the platform. This thing of him always saying that colors are being hated in this country. It can't be right. He's the honorable member to say that if he wants to raise the issue of the colors, which we don't have the problem of raising and which we will support it, he cannot come and say that why are colors being hated in this country. By saying that, when he said why colors are being hated, it means he includes all of us. He's an honorable member and he cannot be saying that kind of a statement. If he wants to raise the issue of colors not being part of the executive, part of organogram in the department, well and good, he has the right to ask that. And then if we have to support, yes, we will support because we want all the ethnic group to be represented in all the employment. But the issue of hate, and I think it's for the second time he's raising that, and we've been quiet for the first time. And if we don't start to correct Honorable Malone, he's going to raise this issue of hate moving forward. It can't be right, Chairperson. It can't be. Yes, he has the right to raise that, but the issue of hate, he must retract that statement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molotani. Honorable Molotani, I don't want to stifle debate, and I would like also the members to express in terms of the Constitution their view. So it is freedom of speech. Allow the member to ask the questions in whichever way you want to ask the questions, and let us allow the department to respond to the member. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I appreciate the manner in which you are chairing this session, but I also appreciate the honorable members expressing the appetite for all ethnic groups to be represented, because that's exactly what it's about. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, honorable member. Chairperson, colleagues, we cannot deny the facts before us. And I have a viewpoint that always the ones who are the beneficiaries of injustices are the first ones to cry foul. And then when those who are the victims of injustices cry foul, it's a problem. It should not be a problem. Right before us, Honorable Chairperson, there is a problem as we speak with the absence of the representation of the colored people. So this is where my question session starts, Chairperson. I want to know, for whoever is responsible or sits with the answers, I need to know the following on this point. Are there any, the existing staff establishment within the executive and in the staff representation, the item that was flighted before this, are there any foreigners as we speak that constitute the current composition? That's my first question, Chairperson. I'll wait for an answer before I go to my second. I've got about 3 questions. But that's
there's already 2 questions, and maybe they must respond to that. Is the question of representativity, and then the second question that you have just been asked. The
Thank you.
Department Arts, Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Chair. The questions would be responded to by NAC. They are very specific to the composition of staff and the composition of the executive management.
I
within
understand,
NAC.
I understand, Dr. Kumalo, but one have to bear in mind they are falls under the department. So there must be some sort of oversight. The oversight that the member is doing now is precisely what the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture would have done long time ago when it comes to these questions being raised. But for the sake of progress, the Department National Arts and Culture, please respond.
Honorable Chair, may I respond?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for the questions raised. Looking at the questions that Honorable Dini has raised, let me start with the second one. If there are any foreigners at the National Arts Council, we do not have any foreigners at the National Arts Council. We are aware of this issue of not having any colored representation on the NAC staff, but that does not mean that we did not appoint them. We have had 2 resignations. One lady, I don't know if I can mention their names, Chair, but I think perhaps to protect them, I would not. One resigned, who was our organizational effectiveness coordinator, who supported us with our APP. She resigned to move with her husband to New Zealand, who's a mechanic. The other one, who also had a permanent position, by the way, took an early retirement, and hence there has not been any other people that have been appointed in that regard.
Tell me, can you tell me what are the NAC equity targets?
We are quite a small organization, Chair.
Now, what are the targets? That doesn't matter the size of the organization. There must be targets, and this is supposed to be done by the management when it comes to the planning and also to achieve that.
We strive to have every representation of the races in South Africa within the organization of the NAC.
Striving, Chairperson, and attaining it are 2 different things.
I think she's done with the response, Honorable Daniels. Your time is running out. I will give you wrap-up questions, and then I will ask, I think the Honorable Molotani had a hand up, ask her to get also another bite at this. Honorable Daniel.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Chair.
I just want to...
Chairperson.
Who's that?
Honorable Bilankulu here.
Honorable Bolankulu?
Yes, I also want to have a bite on this one of colored...
Yes, I have you on the list. It is Honorable Molotane, Khabo, Kosi, then yourself, then Kobani, then Honorable Jacobs.
I'm also there. Chair, I'm also having a bite at this one of colored.
Chair.
Honorable Bilankulu?
I don't know whether I understand you, the way you are taking questions and the follow-ups. I'm not talking about the hand that I raised to ask question about any issues on us, but making follow-up on the one that is on the table for now.
May I ask Honorable Bilang Kulu? I think the process for all the time we are doing it in this fashion. If you get your slot, I'm very much happy that you come in when it comes to your slot. Members do receive their slots, and after their slots, there's another bite at the cherry. I'm giving that opportunity. I cannot allow members to have a reaction onto questions of a particular member to the department. These questions are being asked to the department. So the department have to respond to that. I don't want members.
It's a reaction or follow-up, Chair.
I don't want
a reaction
members,
or follow-up.
I don't want members to start engage with one another on a member's question to the department. So there's a question to the department. I've given the member the opportunity.
You're becoming unfair, Chairperson. I think follow-up to a question, it needs to be clear that it's a follow-up to a question.
No, Honorable Bilankulu, I'm having a list in front of me and giving members an opportunity. I don't want to create a situation now that if you are done, someone else will also have a bite at the same issue. That is my problem. So I would request you to hold your concern and raise it. Even the minister also want to have a bite. But I'm not going to allow the minister now, after all this has spoken or asked questions. We have a limited time pertaining to this meeting. We still have to deal with the next issue on the agenda, which is the downtown music hub. Honorable Daniels, please proceed and wrap up with your question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just going to make mention for the sake of the record that I'm not pleased with the response by the department saying to us that they are striving to attain representation of all racial groups, because they've clearly failed to do so. So that's what I want to be on the record. Now, it is not uncommon, through you, Chairperson, to the department, it is not uncommon when vacancies are being advertised that they cite the race required for the position. So with the current vacancies that's there, and with absolutely no colored representation, my question is, will they now this time, because a precedent has been created, advertise for these vacancies and specify colored male, colored female only? Thank you.
The Honorable Molatane.
Chairperson, thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity.
No, Chairperson, that's my question to the department. That's why I wrapped up with my last question, Chairperson. Sorry, Honorable Molatane.
Honorable Molatane, my apologies. The department, my apologies, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Poffer, please respond.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps I should take this one through you, Chair.
Yes, you may. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think as the Chair of the Council, and I think the Council members here take Honourable Daniel's point on board. We are in the process, as I said, of filling the permanent positions, and the HR committee will ensure that within the scope of the law, all job adverts are compliant with the EAP requirements. That is something that we as a council can assure the honourable member.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Your last bite.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I've asked the question to National Arts Council regarding the declining of infrastructure grant and how will this will impact organization capacity and that reduction. And I've been clear that to support arts infra, the reduction of 3.5 million to 1.1 million represent a significant decrease that could affect long-term development. What are they going to do with that? Secondly, Chair, the other thing, Chairperson, I was not going to go into that details, but unfortunately, I will have to go to that details. Honorable Malone, the issue of the colors that are not being employed and so forth. I don't know where did you get that colored are not employed and so forth, but are we going to just go home, get someone if that person didn't apply? If you were saying that they are applying but they are being overlooked, it was going to be something. But now, next time you need to check whether they applied and they are being overlooked, not to say that they need to be hired for them being colored. That one, it's not going it's against the law. You cannot say we are hiring you just because you are a colored. They must apply like any other person, have all the qualification that they need to have, comply with all the requirements that the department want. If that person qualifies and he meet all the requirements and then he does not get employed, that's when we can be able to start raising the issue of the colored. Chairperson, the other issue, I think I want to follow on the footstep of Honorable Mthethwa directly to Minister. After Minister has responded regarding the chairperson of NAC board. Minister, I just want to ask. I've seen majority of the new people that are being appointed as in the board. They are, in fact, it's one person serving in different boards. What is so, in fact, those people who have been appointed, one person, for an example, it's Matsulo Molozane, he has been appointed in this board, she's the chairperson. In the 3 to 4 boards, she is the member in those boards. Didn't we have a pool of people who could have been appointed instead of one person being appointed in many boards? Saying that, I know there's a one member who's the chairperson in one board, and she serves in almost 7 to 8 boards, a minister. And they were appointed in this period after you've just sworn in as a minister of DSEC. So I want to know, how come did one person being appointed in so many boards, not having different people to be appointed in those so many boards? And yes, the issue of the party is going to be there. We are still going to raise it because I've seen most of members who were appointed in those boards. They are serving in PA as in higher position in PA, and you've just gave us the response, which to me, I feel that in fact I don't accept that response. I don't accept that response, Minister, because I still don't understand. Can Matsulo Molozane be a chairperson of this board and serve in other 5 to 6 boards? What is so special that Matsulo is having other people are not having? Is Matsulo Molozane so much qualified that she can be able to serve in all these boards? We can't be able to appoint other people to serve in the board. I think, Minister, on that one, you need to convince us otherwise. You need to convince us otherwise, because the response that you just gave regarding the chairperson of NAC, to me, I felt like you were just answering, but you didn't want to give us the true reflection of what is happening. Chair,
Please wrap up, Honorable
yes,
Molatani.
yes, Chairperson, I'm doing that. Chair. I just want to go to the issue of I think, Chairperson, the other thing, there is also an issue on the advisory panel of NAC that was pulled out for a call. They will need to provide this portfolio committee with the names of people who will serve on the panels after they've appointed that panel. Because I think it's starting to be a trend where Matsulo Molozani will be in everything that is still in DSEC. I don't know whether we are starting to turn a DSEC into a milking cow or what, Chairperson, if I may put it so. But it can be. It can be, Chairperson. Really, it can be. It cannot be that Matsulo Molozani will be in everything that is doing with a DSEC. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani, I want to say thank you for that input. And this is the right attitude of robust debate. And I want to test what you were saying, because it is frustrating and very agitating if issues come up every time, and these issues come up because of a department that does not comply. I want to test what you have said. Can the department tell us whether they have less than 50 staff members? Is it less or more than 50 staff members? Anyone?
Honorable
Chair, oh, okay. I was asking whether it's Department of Sports and Culture. It's got more than 500, but I'm not sure whether you're talking NAC.
NAC, my apologies.
NAC is less than 50, sir.
Okay, less than 50. You see, for us, and what honorable members raised here, NAC is a public entity, and they have to, when it comes to the law, they must implement the law. And then these questions would not be raised here every time of what Honorable Daniels has raised and the issues mentioned by Honorable Molachani. And also, you know, it is important that you have clear targets per level. And maybe we should request the department to give us that clear targets per level in line with what Honorable Molachani is emphasized, in line with the Employment Equity Act. And I want to emphasize that the targets per level must be in line with the Employment Equity Act. Can someone respond? Someone respond to the issue of this concern of Honorable Molachani on the structure. But there were references were actually made to downtown music structure, and I think it was a general question pertaining to the declining of infrastructure that falls under the department, and also in this particular case for NAC. Can we get a response for Honorable Molachani on that? After that response, I'm going to invite the Honorable Khabo for his opportunity. Declining of infrastructure, and what are we doing
Chair,
about it?
Honorable
Please
Chair.
proceed.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
Okay, in terms of the declining infrastructure grant to the National Arts Council, we have, short-term priorities and long-term priorities. And one of the short-term priorities is obviously to do our health and safety assessment, just to do electrical repair work on the building. And medium term, if I can mention it, that now is to have an increase in our security infrastructure at the National Arts Council. Our long term are looking at, digitization of our records, migration to the cloud environment. And unfortunately, the decline actually means that some of our long term plans like digitization, constant migration to the cloud in terms of IT are going to be just put aside for now. We will just concentrate on just repairs and maintenance to put the building, as the NAC, to put the building just to be okay in terms of its infrastructure and to be functional. Well, of course, we have not as yet received a formal response from the department, but my understanding is that the downtown music hub allocation, it's not going to be granted. There is some kind of communication that we've received, but I think it was just an extract of a report internally within the department that downtown will not be allocated anything in this regard. But I suppose the issue of downtowns, it's something that is a challenge currently because it's been shut down as an institution. So we wouldn't be having any leeway to do any repairs to downtown at this stage. Thanks.
Okay, we'll get later to downtown. Is there anyone else that wants to add?
Sorry, Chair, it's Eugene Botha, the chair of the NAC. So just to also emphasize what Mr. Pofa said, the National Arts Council factually owns the building, the brick and mortar, but we have no direct role in the Downtown Music Hub venture or the non-profit company. And it has been reported to us at council level that the brick and mortar is deteriorating, and that is a concern of the council that we need to do maintenance on that. But there doesn't seem to be budget directed to that, and it is an ongoing conversation with the department.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to give an opportunity to Honorable Khabo. Please proceed. Following Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me also pass my greetings to all members present here, including DSEC delegation and the Minister. And I appreciate the fact that the Minister ultimately adhered to our call as the Portfolio Committee and appear before the committee so that we are able to raise issues and questions in relation to some of his decisions and public pronouncements that continues to have a financial implication on the standing of the department. And Chair, I would plead with you, mine would be a direct, I would prefer a one-on-one interaction, and I'd be clear as to who must equally respond to my questions, if you'd allow me, Honorable Chair.
I would suggest ask the question, Honorable Khabo, and the person responsible or will then be responding to that, or I will indicate, or they can just automatically respond to you. You may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe one must start indicating, probably reaffirming our accountability ecosystem that is in place as government. We are charged with the responsibility of holding the department, including the Minister, accountable on some of the decisions that has been taken. So it must be understood in that context that as and when we are asking questions as a portfolio committee, it is for that reason as a way of trying to fulfill our oversight role and responsibilities of holding the administration accountable. So I would want to check with the Minister in terms of this board. You know, the appointment of this board has so many issues in relation to the process that has been followed. I would want to check with the Minister directly. He spoke of a panel being appointed that handled the process of the appointment of the board. And I would want to check with the Minister, did I hear him correctly that he has appointed a board that handles the process?
Minister? The Minister?
May I let me just Chairperson, may I ask that, because I'm making notes here, all the questions that are coming to me, because I see many hands went up, that all the questions can be asked, because Honorable Mulatani had questions, Honorable Daniels had questions, and I see now that Honorable Khabo also has a question. If everybody can ask the questions, and when I answer, with your permission, Chair, I answer all the honorable members' concerns and questions, if that suits you.
You see, Minister, I'm happy all the questions that has been raised by all members has been responded to. I'm happy with that. In terms of further response, if you want to, I would like you to give also an opportunity at the end of that. But with the questions raised by Honorable Khabo now and his wish to deal with it on one-on-one, as a committee, we have allowed it because there is a rationale behind why members are doing this for a particular purpose to get the necessary answer out of a particular person. So I would think I'll grant Honorable Khaba that opportunity, and the department or you as the minister also that opportunity to respond likewise as members pose these questions. Honorable Khaba, proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would want to check with the minister. He spoke of a panel. How was the panel appointed and how many people constitute that panel, Chairperson? Thank you.
The minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khaba, for your question. Yes, as the ultimate accounting authority of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we appoint the panel. There's a panel that interviewed the members of the board, and there's a panel that interviews the members of the board. What's happening here now?
You are audible, Honorable Minister.
Audible. Oh,
and I can
so
see
there's a panel that I appoint to appoint the board and interview members of the possible candidates for the board. Yes, I did appoint that. And the second question is asking, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's 5 members sitting on that panel. 5 members sitting on that panel, and they are selected based on the expertise of the National Arts Council. I think I have the names.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Minister, you are indicating that you have appointed them in line with their expertise. I would wanted to check with you the process of appointing them, those panel or the panel that you had appointed. Which process did you follow? As you had indicated that one of the requirements was an understanding of or having an arts expertise or being an expert in terms of the arts center. The arts sector. So which process have you followed them? I would not want to check, or I will not want to use the phrase that I used previously, Chair, whether there was a process or the minister handpicked them. That's probably my line of questioning. Thanks.
Minister?
Yes, I think as I said to you again, as a minister, I give instructions. This is what I'd like to happen. And fortunately, the person I've given instructions to is here on the handle the whole process. So I think he's in a better position to answer Mr. Tanyani, because he's been given the instruction of what the processes are in appointing that. So I think it's better that he's here. He can answer.
Thank you. I will grant it to the member designated to do so.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, in actual fact, the question that Honorable Khabo is asking was part of the presentation that I made.
Let me just
yes.
let me clear something.
Okay.
Understand that it was part of the presentation that you have made, but it's now for interrogation and for members to ask that questions. So I would like us to give that opportunity to members, which we are doing now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Understood. And then in terms of the process, the first thing is that, when the minister, because it was the first time for the minister to appoint this board as a new minister, we put the provisions of the act before the minister in terms of how the process would then be run. And then in terms of the panel that is appointed by the minister, we then go out and source names of the people that could be considered to be panel members to interview the people and present those to Minister for approval. So there are administrative processes that precede that appointment, which are done formally through a submission, internal submission that goes to the minister to say, here are the members of people that have been identified to form part of the panel. And when the minister agrees with that, those people are then appointed as that. So those are not part of, because they are not serving as board members, so would not necessarily advertise, but we will check for people that would have knowledge in the sector, that would also have governance expertise and other expertise that a panel would need. So it would not be a one thing, a one part of that you only take artists, but you want
Thank
to.
you so much. I think that's enough, Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I want to check with the official. Is he saying to us as a portfolio committee that a panel that was appointed to interview board members of the National Arts Council, they were not subjected to any transparent process? Rather, they were handpicked or identified by whoever that identified them without any process. In my simple understanding, is this confirming to us that these people were not subjected to no process that is transparent in terms of sourcing these people? That's why my question was, how did you source these people? Did you handpick them? Did you go to the arts sector or the creative sector, say that, can you propose names? Or did the minister bring the list of names that he approved? Can you give us that clarity? How did you source these names? Because these names had the powers to facilitate an interview that will then give birth to a board that is before us. So that's why I'm not interested on interacting with the board. I firstly want to engage on the process that we had followed in appointing this board so that we can deal with the issues of credibility and clear the process altogether. How did we source these names? Were they handpicked? Were they proposed by a stakeholder? Did the minister bring a list, or did the department bring a list? Can we get clarity here?
Mr. Machanyana?
I can give you clarity on that thing, if I may. It was done in line with the Act. You read the Act, and we have done it in line with the Act. If you read the Act, you will know that we've done it in line with the Act. I didn't bring a list of names to people as you are implying. If you go and read the Act and come back to us and say to us that you've not followed the Act here, because I'm saying to you as a minister publicly, we have done the appointments in line with the Act. And if you have not read it, we're going to go up and down here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Mr. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much. The issue of reading the Act, it's a non-starter. It's something that we cannot debate now, but over and above, we'll then assess as to who read the Act and who has not read the Act. I want to check with the minister. The panel that he has appointed, although he is unable to take the committee into confidence as to how did he get these names, were they subjected to any vetting through the state security? This panel that the minister had appointed.
Once again, the Act doesn't require them to be vetted by state security. That's why I said we should read the Act and ask questions regarding that, because the Act doesn't require them to be vetted by state security.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The minister obviously cannot be technical in this aspect because the Act is very clear that the process must be transparent. And what we are trying to verify here as a portfolio committee is to check as to whether the process was conducted in a transparent manner, especially when there are allegations in the public domain that some of these people who are then appointed, apart from political affiliations, are business partners to the minister. So that's what we're trying to demystify and to get clarity as to the process that gave birth to the appointment of these boards. How was it handled? But I get it to you that the minister is unable to respond to my question as to whether these people were subjected to any vetting or not. Because it cannot be that, Honorable Chair, you appoint people not in any transparent process, meaning that you handpick these people. After you have handpicked these people, you then subject them, you do not subject them to any vetting. How do you then verify as to whether these people have the relevant expertise in line with the creative sector, whether these people will be able to handle the process in a credible way?
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, before you come in, can we meet who's Bertha? Honorable Minister, before you're going to respond, Honorable Khabo, The question has been raised to the minister. The minister indicated, according to the Act, it's not for the minister to read or to clarify, and likewise from your side. If we also had a presentation that said there were no objections. If the minister said he has done this according to the Act, I am satisfied, but to an extent that once there's allegations, this must be tested. The minister has responded according to the Act, and can you proceed with the next question?
I'll proceed with my next question, Chair. I would like to check with the minister in terms of his personal and business relationship that he has confirmed in the national platform that he has with the chair of the National Arts Council. Has it in any how influenced or contributed to Mr. Eugene being appointed as the chair of the National Arts Council?
The minister?
Firstly, as Honorable Khabo supposed to know that as a minister, I have to declare my business interest in line with the declaration required, the Act stipulating we have to declare. I have resigned from all family businesses prior to my appointment to becoming a minister. I am currently not owning any business. I am currently not a director in any business. So as far as the influence of the chairperson, Mr. Eugene Botha is concerned, there's not been any conflict. But I also think we need to understand what if I in breach, what act have I been in breach of? If we cannot deal with each other's feelings and what we think, and he says the committee is here to ask the questions. That's why I'm subjecting myself to the committee, because this committee is needed. I am answerable to this committee. But if we all give our feelings here, he makes an example and say that, how do I know the people? I can tell you, in the sake of transparency, I was just looking at the list of the people that was appointed, that he says, did I subject them to state security and vetting, which wasn't necessary. The Act doesn't require me to do that. I look at the names here. I know 2 people on this list. Of the 5 people, I know 2 people, and both of them, the one is one of the most accomplished singers in this country, and singing coach. The other one, Mr. Osmik, he's the only person that he did the first hip hop museum in the world. The first hip hop museum in the world. He started the first. So just the 2 people I know on this list. It just shows you that the other people I don't know, but I trust people in my department to come with the right people. The other 3 people I've never met. Mr. Vianney Tlotling, Ms. Maria Lombard, Malinga Governor.
I think the answer is sufficient because it was directly to the chairperson. Honorable Khabo, proceed.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. And I would plead with the minister that he must not misunderstand us when we ask questions, because we are public representatives, we are interacting with people, they raise issues. So us raising questions, Honorable Minister, has nothing to do with feelings. We are not in All You Need Is Love here. We are not here to massage each other's feelings, but rather speak to issues that affect our people. And when our majority of our people who are young in the creative industry are raising issues around the National Arts Council and its board, it is only us who are representatives of the people who are sitting in this board to raise this issue. So, Minister, I can put it to you that there is nothing personal. We are just raising issues in line with our responsibilities. In terms of Minister, I would want to check with you. The composition of the National Arts Council also speaks to the issues of provinces contributing or having representatives there. I would want to check with you. Your response earlier on says that you are relying on the good working relations ethics. And I would want to check with you in terms of monitoring of those ethics that you are referring to. Can you confirm to this committee that which process has the MEC has consulted? Because you have said that you must refer to the Act. There is Section 4 of the Act that speaks to this process in terms of provincial representatives. I would want to check with the minister. Now that he says that he only relied on the good working relations ethics, is he confirming to this committee that he has not done any monitoring or evaluation in terms of how the process was conducted of appointing provincial representatives? Maybe we must put it before the minister that if he is not aware, there are allegations that provinces are not conducting this process in a transparent manner. That's why I was asking you in terms of how do you get these people? Where do you get them? And it is being also the allegations that in provinces, there is no engagement taking place between the stakeholders that are involved in the creative industry. Rather, it is MECs or it is directors HODs in provinces who decides. I want to check with you, how was these people appointed, apart from you only relying on the good working relations ethics?
The Minister.
All right. Thank you so much. No, I do understand, Honorable Khabo. In no way would I ever not answer questions when required, but there's a difference between asking questions and casting aspersions. And you've been casting aspersions, and all you need is love. I know this is not all you need is love. This is not, I'm not your type, and you're not my type, so this is not all you need is love. We will answer you. I can tell you for a fact, as a fact, Honorable Khabo, what you are saying is that we are required to tell provinces, please give us your names, go through the process.
Honorable Nkosi. Please mute Honorable Nkosi.
So, just I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I'm saying that as the minister, I am required to tell the provinces, please go through your process. Go through the processes as mandated by the Act and bring us a representative of the province. What has then subsequently happened after that? I had to fight with the MECs for the time frames because half of the MECs in South Africa, I think 5 of them were late and 4 or 3 of them only submitted on the due date. I went back twice writing to them saying, we are in breach of your duties. You are in breach of your duties on that aspect. Can you please give me the names? I picked up the phone. I called the provinces one by one after I've sent them letters. So now they've sent us the names. The next step is, I've had no complaints. If there's a complaint in writing to me that the member in Free State, and I'm just using Free State, not casting any aspersions, the member in Free State or Northwest has not been, the processes has not been followed, I will then investigate. But in the absence of any complaints, I've not had any reason to. I have to believe what I've received. Thank you, Honorable Khabo.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much. I want to jump, maybe probably to give the minister an opportunity to drink a bit of water. I'll come back to him now. Maybe I must just go to the CFO.
Honorable Khabo, I'm chairing here. Don't give instructions to the minister.
My apology, I withdraw, and I think the minister takes it very lightly and properly. My apology, Chair, for doing that.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
I want to check. Let me go to the finances. We are a main contributor to the departmental's irregular expenditure as National Arts Council, and I would want to check with the CFO. How long has he been the CFO of the National Arts Council, Chair?
CFO.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please respond.
Thank you. I would really like to pay my respects and say good morning to the Honorable Minister, to you, Honorable Chairperson.
It's fine. We're happy. Just say the amount of
years.
years.
Observed. Yes. I have been the interim CFO for the last 22 months, starting from February 2023. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
Chairperson, thank you very much.
Honorable Khabo, I had a little bit of a shock now. I thought it's going to be the last 22 years, but you have the answer is 22 months?
Yes, I got the answer, Chair. The report of the Auditor General indicates in the two previous financial years that there has been an overspending by the National Arts Council, especially in line with their allocation. Why, I would want to check with the CFO, why did the National Arts Council overspend outside the approved budget?
CFO?
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. So for 2024, I'd like to start with 2024. In terms of irregular expenditure, we received more expenditure, or not we received, should I say, we reflected more expenditure than the income received. And that's just in terms of the documentation. In reality, there was more income received than expenditure. But the reason why it was classified as irregular expenditure is that the documentation was not in place. In terms of irregular expenditure and in terms of the framework, we needed a budget adjustment to be signed off by the minister, which was not completed. So there was not actual irregular expenditure in terms of budget versus actual. And that was that for the last financial years as well. I hope that's clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable Khabo, please wrap up with your questions.
Yeah, I've got a few questions just left, Chairperson. I think the CFO forgot to speak about the overspending. Why did they overspend outside the budget approved?
CFO, overspending?
Chairperson, so maybe I should, just to place into perspective, in terms of the documentation, what we have done is that we had increased. I just want to move my phone away. In terms of the documentation, there was no actual overspending. There was just in terms of documentation of approvals from the executive authority that was not done. And therefore, it was classified as irregular expenditure. As
by the,
income.
By the AG?
Yes.
Thank you. Honourable Khabo, proceed.
I'm not sure whether the CFO is saying that the AG incorrectly defined the overspending in line with the irregular expenditure, and how do you deal with it? I'm not sure if that's what the CFO is confirming, but let me take that one, Honourable Chair. Let me close my questions in the last one or two, but then they are directed to the Minister, and I believe that must put it on record in this portfolio committee that an appointment process of the National Arts Council panel by the Minister, this matter will even take it up in Parliament, or exploit all processes that we can exploit in relation to this. Because what we have received from the Minister in relation to the process and transparency, which is a key factor in terms of conducting the process of government, we are not getting the Minister being clear then. The Minister, in closing, Chair, I would want to check with the Minister. The Minister has confirmed that he's not doing business. He does not have any business with the Chair. But also, he confirmed that the Chair of the National Arts Council is doing business with his family. I think I would want to check. Two things that are left that I want to check with the Minister. I think at some point, the Minister, is the Chair of the National Council has he ever been your personal or your advisor at some point? But number two, the Chair of the Council, including some of the members who have been reappointed in the National Arts Council, I would want to check firstly on those that have been reappointed on the National Arts Council, as those who have served before. What measures or which mechanism have we used to verify their relevance into the sector? Because I would want to get clarity on one or two. There are allegations of the previous National Arts Council being unable, board in particular, being unable to hold the administration accountable, especially in relations to the disbursement of the presidential stimulation packages. There's also been allegations that some of the board members have been directly benefiting from the grants that are meant for the poor and the destitute artists in the rural areas. Now, I would want to check with the Minister. How did they come to the conclusion as to these two are the relevant ones, especially when there are allegations that one of the members who has been reappointed as a dual citizenship And, Minister, I know you very clear in terms of Abahambe, even though there are some political parties alleging that this thing of Abahambe was just a elections campaign. But there are allegations that there are other members that you have reappointed into the council who've got dual citizenship. I want to check with the minister, how did he come to that conclusion and overlooking South Africans? Which special skill or of qualification does this member possess, especially when there are allegations that there is a ring-fenced funding that has been them funding the 30 million orchestra on an annual basis without any transparent process being conducted? I think it's Mr. Temper. There are allegations that he's involved in one of those orchestras where they are receiving 30 million on an annual basis from NAC. And these are some of the things that were raised in the previous board. Remember that there was a court case before the board. Before, in relation to the board that was appointed previously, there was a court case. That's why I wanted also to check as to how much have we spent on defending the previous board, and is there any legal case before us in relation to this board? But in closing, this relationship that the minister is having with the board chair of NAC, I don't have a problem. Anybody can choose his friends. I'm just worried in terms of the level of conflict of interest, especially when Mr. Bota is serving in more than 3 boards, in my little understanding of how I've been perusing. So I would like to check with the minister on those 3 things: the issue of dual membership, dual citizenship, the issue of personal relations, the issues of conflict of interest, especially when the people are appointed in more than 3 boards. How do we manage the issue of conflict of interest? How do we then demystify allegations that people are appointed in more than 3 boards as a way of trying to capture these boards and manage these things for our own political ambitions? That's what allegations are there, must be verified, must be tested. That's why we are asking these questions. We are not fishing, we are not hunting for anything, but we are seeking that clarity from the minister so that he can take us into confidence in terms of the transparency of the process. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for your patience and indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo. The Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me start with just to show you, I am the minister. I can't be going on gossip and listening to stories. I need to go on facts in my decision making. Number one gossip that the honorable member is bringing here, and he's just speaking like it's facts. He says Mr. Bota sits on more than 3 boards or 3 boards. That's a lie. There's no other way to describe it. The honorable member is untruthful. It's not true. Mr. Bota sits on 1 board. So, Chairperson, please indulge me. Let him tell me which other 2 boards he's sitting on, because I'm saying he's sitting on NAC. Let him give him the opportunity, as you've given them the opportunity with me, to tell you which other boards Mr. Bota is sitting on, because he's made that allegation now. Then I'll answer all the questions.
Honorable Khabo,
not a problem, Chairperson. I'll gladly do that. Let me get my report here. Give me a minute or 2, then I'll gladly respond to that question.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Minister, proceed with the responses on the court cases, expenses, and Mr. Temba.
I'm so looking forward to hear the other 2 boards that Mr. Bota is sitting on. Let me come to the second issue, Honorable Chair. The Act. Let's go with the Act. I'm governed by the Act. The Act says, he says, I have put 3 board members there. How did I vet them? That's not what the Act requires of me. And I'm going to take time to explain to the Honorable Khabo what does the Act says. The Act says the 3 board members that was appointed previously, they were appointed, the 3 board members that's appointed now was appointed by the previous board for the sake of continuity. Yeah? In terms of the Act. That is what the Act wants them to do. They were elected by the members of the previous board. And as a minister, we can only note them. They come to me for noting. It's not, that's how the Act works. It's not my decision. Now, all this aspersion, as far as Abahambe and Mr. Tembe, I have had, when I was in France, I had lunch, breakfast with Mr. Tembe. And he is from Lamontville. Now, I don't know where does he get this thing that Mr. Tembe is a foreigner. Because when I spoke to Mr. Tembe, I asked him, where are you from? Tell me your background. And he told me, I'm from Lamontville. And Mr. Tembe has been given to me as the Act requires. The issue of is there another question I left out, Honorable Chair?
I think it's the issue of the court cases, what has been spent to date.
I would not be privy to that type of information, but the ADG is here. She can answer that type of information. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Minutes has passed. Can we hear from Mr. Khabo, Honorable Khabo?
Okay, Honorable Khabo, I just want to find out before you're going to respond, the issue that you have referred to of the board members, the 3 board members, is it the 3 previous members that you are referring to, or is it other board members? I just want to have clarity on that.
I was talking about those that are coming through as a way of continuity, as it has been represented or presented in the report.
Okay, thank you.
And the issues of response, I'm just checking my thing here, Chairperson. I don't have a problem. Look, I've never had a problem of responding. I'm going to respond.
I'm happy. I just want to read this to NAC. Section 4, subsection 6B of the NAC Act, which reads as follows. At the end of the member's term, I want to raise the issue Honorable Khabo has raised. 3 members who are not provincial representatives, one of whom shall be an executive member, shall be re-elected by the council to serve for a further 4 years, after which they shall not be eligible for reappointment until a further 4 years have lapsed. Now, the issue raised, if we are on the same level, there are currently 3 executive members from the previous council who have been re-elected to the new council instead of 1 in terms of the Act. Those members are Princess Dlamini, Mr. Bongani Tembe, and Ms. Stephanie De Silva. That is what I have. So if we can just perhaps stall a little bit on this one, NAC, Dr. Kumalo, whoever, just to give us clarity on this, to see whether my, or rather our interpretation and that of the NAC of the department are in sync.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, you are referring to a correct section. It talks about 3 members as nominated by that current board, and a recommendation then made to minister. One of those who should be coming from the executive committee of that particular board. So the understanding that I have, but again, Mr. Tsanyana, I'm going to refer to you, is that indeed the previous board submitted those 3 names as depicted in the Act, Chairperson. And yeah, Mr. Tsanyana, you just want to expand maybe, but I think I'm interpreting what was submitted correctly.
Yeah, please do.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. It is correct, Chair. It's 3 members, not 1. It just says one of those 3 members must have been serving in the ExCo of Council. Thank you.
Thanks for clarity, Minister. While we wait for Honorable Khabo, I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi, please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings once more to you and the Minister and the Deputy Minister and all members present in the meeting. Honorable Chair, one must start by saying that I've listened to my colleagues when they speak of the board members that are serving in more than 1 board, some of them in 8 board. They are in board. They are board members in 8 boards. Others in 3. You know, Chair, I don't know what is it so special about one person being all over the boards. But maybe one day we'll get a clear clarity, because I didn't get any clarity when Mletsane was asking that. Chair, my questions, I think I've got two questions. One, just want to check what specific governance reforms are required to address ownership ambiguities and ensure proper oversight of public funds. The current arrangement between NAC ownership and DSEC control creates accountability gaps that have enabled financial irregularities and undermined public confidence. Clear delineations of roles, responsibilities, and reporting requirements is essential for institutional credibility. My other question, what specific corrective measures has the NAC implemented to address the recurring audit findings related to irregular expenditure and strategic plan approval? The repetition of similar findings across multiple audit cycles indicates that previous management responses have been inadequate, requiring more robust remedial action and oversight. I will then propose or recommend that the absence of these provincial representatives under the NAC constitutional obligations, the absence of these provincial representatives undermines the NAC's constitutional obligations to ensure equitable provincial participation in national arts governance. Section 4(2) of the NAC Act explicitly states that every province shall be represented by a representative who shall within the province in question be elected by a public and transparent process, which shall be determined and overseen by the responsibility member. The current composition of not only fails to meet this requirement, but also raises questions about the legitimacy of decision made by an incomplete council. Chair, one other thing that I just want to get a clarity on or raise a concern on is the issue of the follow-up questions that we are making when we are making point of orders. I think, Chair, my request is that if maybe we have made a point of order, allow us to make a follow-up so that we deal with that matter and close this once and for all, rather than to say you will respond when you or raise whatever what you want to raise when is your turn. So that's what I'm asking, because my understanding is that a point of order needs to be addressed there and there. Even the follow-up questions needs to be addressed there and there and close that matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. I want the professional staff to take note of the recommendations that Honorable Nkosi has made. Second to that is point of orders. I am happy to deal with point of orders, but I will stay with my ruling in terms of reaction on members that I have allowed to ask direct questions. I'm going to give an opportunity to NAC to respond. And then following Honorable Khabo has made serious allegations there against the minister. We would like your response there and what you have to say. Mr. Botha, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. So there's two questions. One is what steps are being taken, specifically for the NAC, may I just clarify? What steps are being taken to address the audit findings? And then the second part of that is the strategic plan approval. So I'm going to ask the CFO, the interim CFO, Reshma Bola, Ms. Bola, to answer the questions on the measures being taken to address the audit findings. With regards to the strategic plan approval, we did dive into this in the last council meeting, and it was an issue where the strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan, was submitted to the minister in, I think it was 2020, and it was never signed off by the minister at that time. So what we've proposed is that the NAC submit a request to the current minister to perhaps review and ratify that plan, strat plan, if possible, because it's creating an audit finding on a situation that's beyond the control of the council itself. But we will engage with the department in that regard on that process, just to make sure that that audit finding is handled. So I'd like to just hand over now to Ms. Bula to address the other aspect of that two-part question. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of the corrective measures of the audit findings, some of the areas that we have looked at is really to have external reviews done on our annual financial statements, as well as our annual performance report. So we've also had an interim annual financial statements completed for the 9 months that was reviewed to address the housekeeping issues. Secondly, we had a budget adjustment signed off by the executive authority in terms of documentation of the irregular expenditure. Thirdly, we have capacitated the supply chain management office, as well as in terms of management, just to have that segregation of duties. And finally, we've just engaged, we've had internal audits completed, looked at our audit action plans, and also engaged with the Office of the Auditor General to ensure that those corrective actions are sufficient and in order. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Any other response, DSEC?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, Minister.
Yeah, let me please come in there, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, answer the question, and I want to apologize to Honorable Muletsani for not answering the question, because she did pose the question to me, and I just picked up now that I didn't answer it. So my apologies, Honorable Muletsani. This is the question of what makes the people so special, and to sit on more than one board. I want to say 3 quick things. Number one, there is no act that states a person cannot sit on more than one board. Number 2, and if there's one, let the committee please show us the act. Number 2, it is not the first time that there is members that sit on more boards. It has happened previously. Number 3, Honorable Chair, it's actually embarrassing for me sitting here hearing honorable members telling lies. I would once again, as I'm still waiting for the 2 minutes of Honorable Gabo to disapprove that he's lying, Honorable Nkosi says there's 8 people sit on 8 boards. That's another lie. If Honorable Nkosi can tell us the name of the person, so that I can be exposed as a person that has put 8 different people. Like if you can get the name of the person, so I can investigate what has happened there. But to say it as a matter of fact, I think that's embarrassing, and the high standards you are trying to hold here, that we shouldn't come here and just throw words around. Honorable Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. Out of respect, I have given you an opportunity to respond, but you have ambushed me now. I'm going to give the department, the department an opportunity still to respond to Honorable Nkosi's questions that she have raised. She have raised quite a number of questions.
Chair, thank you, Chair. The honourable member spoke to the issue of ownership ambiguity and potential financial irregularities if we don't deal with the issue of the limitation of roles and responsibilities. If I'm not mistaken, Chair, this is with respect to the Downtown Music Hub issues of ownership, and that we are still going to make a presentation of. But if I misunderstood the question, I would need to be advised then, so that we can then be able to respond to the question. Otherwise, if it is downtown, can we request that we deal with it when we deal with that item, Chair?
I agree. Honorable Nkosi, clarify, please.
No, Chair, it's fine. Let's deal it when we deal with the downtown. But I just want to make one correction from the minister. We do respect the minister, and we also request him to respect us. He cannot say to us we are talking lies. If there's anything that you want to know about, we hear it about. He must just clarify those things without saying us we are lying. We are grown enough to come to the meeting and lie about what we have heard. We just want clarities. Whether that thing is it correct or not. It's not for him to tell us that you are lying. I don't think that is correct, because I've indicated that it has been said and it has been raised by Honorable Mletsan, and I don't think that she was wrong by asking that. If there's anything that we heard about it and we want to know what is happening, we are at liberty to ask that. But you must not come here and tell us that you are lying. We are grown enough that we can come to the meeting and lie. Thank you very much. I think the minister must have a way to speak so that you can respect him. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nkosi. In terms of the response of the minister, he said that that is a lie. But I haven't heard the minister say that you are lying. And perhaps what is currently transpired, honorable members, is that there's a lot of allegations. Even until this morning, you know, this committee has been blamed of what is happening with the appointments on various boards, and we have no direct influence on all of these. So we need to, you know, sensitize the community out there on what is transpired. But with that said, I think it is all in order. Thank you, Honorable Nkosi, for that. Honorable Bilankulu. Honorable Bilankulu.
You are jumping me, Chair. Why? You are jumping me always.
I'm helping you here. I'm raising. I'm calling members in terms how they have mentioned and raised their hands. It's Honorable Bilankulu, then it's Honorable Kobani, then it's Honorable Liam, and then I'm going to close it so that we can deal with downtime. Please proceed, Honorable Bilankulu.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister, and everybody else in this platform. Chair, I'll also like to start by the follow-up that I was raising previously. And I'm happy also Honorable Nkosi did mention that. I think a follow-up needs to be raised immediately, because it's a follow-up to a certain question. It doesn't make sense if one comes up to say this is a follow-up. Meanwhile, the question has been asked previously. I don't know whether maybe I'm not understanding it well, but the follow-up, it was then after Honorable Mlotsane have raised a question. She also raised the follow-up, but the answers or the responses that were, they need also to be further probed. That's why I raised my hand to say it's a follow-up. But anyway, I think this will need some time, Chairperson, to talk about it as members of the portfolio committee as to how are we going to continue in raising follow-ups in our meetings.
Yeah, Honorable
what I was saying, Chair, I don't think
Bilankulu, let me deal with this. Don't create. I think you create.
Can you wait for me?
No, I'll give you an opportunity now. I just want to clear the issue. We are going to have a session where we're going to have training, and then members can then make their decision. But in the absence of you in some of the meetings, which we understand the reasons of, these decisions has been taken. If we are going to allow members to do a follow-up, I can tell you we are not going to get done with a meeting of this nature. And I have indicated and give you an opportunity now. Please interrogate and state your view on what you would wanted to say on what has been raised earlier on.
Chairperson, I don't want to exchange words with you, But it doesn't mean that when you are a chairperson, whatever you will say is correct. But I don't want to exchange words. That is why I'm saying, I think it will need enough time to deal with it as a portfolio committee members. But what I wanted to raise is that I don't think there are people who are hating the colored people, because one can take it as if maybe is the members of the portfolio committee. But what also I wanted it to be clarified is that is there no person from the colored area who was part of the appointments in order to find out, or the executive to find out whether one colored people are not represented in that committee, in that board. But I do believe to put it like they are being hated, I don't think is a correct thing, because in South Africa, we need to embrace each and everyone. And it's not a matter of a certain people of a certain color to say that maybe they are discriminated, unless if it can be proven otherwise. But I think we need to check who are those and what happened. If really they were sidelined, can we be given an explanation of that? Why those things happened? Were they not qualified enough to form part, or didn't they apply or not forwarded their names in order to form part of the board? But I heard that there were only 2 people. One have resigned, one went for a pension. But beside that, what is it that have been done? Who was responsible in doing all those things before we come to that one of being hated or not? Chairperson, on NAC, the treatment of audit findings represent a particularly concerning area requires more substantive attention. The 3 consecutive years of unqualified audit opinion with findings, it fails to adequately address the severity of the identified compliance failures. The audit findings include failure to submit the strategic plan for executive authority approval, the material misstatements in performance reporting, and the inadequate prevention of irregular expenditure as required by the Public Finance Management Act. And why it happened like that? Because it didn't happen once, but for 3 consecutive terms. These are not a minor administrative oversight, but a fundamental governance failures that require urgent corrective actions. Under financial management and compliance concerns, there are concerns, Chairperson. The next financial management practices present a troubling pattern of compliance failures that requires immediate attention. The consistent unqualified audit opinions with findings over 3 years indicate systematic rather than isolated problems. Meaning their finances, there's a problem here when it comes to these finances. The specific findings related to irregular expenditure, prevention, and disciplinary actions suggest inadequate internal controls and accountability mechanism that could expose the organization to further compliance risk and potential fraud. I don't know whether the disciplinary actions that are being taken by the department worth enough that if really they are doing the right thing, why is this happening like this? And also, Chair, why do 7 of 8 executive management positions remain in interim status? And what specific timelines exist for permanent appointments? This level of temporal leadership suggests either recruitment challenges or internal dispute or strategic uncertainty that could significantly impact on organizational effectiveness and stakeholders' confidence. I don't know whether also this one will be taken as the hearsays that people are acting in NAC. And why is that happening? We heard that when somebody is acting on this office, after 4 or 5 months, that person will be removed to act somewhere else. And when the person is being removed to act somewhere else, it means some other wrongdoings is being done, so that when that person comes back, it's no longer him, it's somebody else who did that. I don't know, but it needs to be clarified. Chair, with all what is happening at NAC, I think there are recommendations that one needs to state to be recommended by the committee. The NAC should immediately prioritize stabilization, its executive leadership structure by implementing permanent appointment for all interim positions within 6 months. This will require comprehensive succession planning, competitive recruitment process, and clear performance management frameworks to ensure accountability and effectiveness. The organization should also develop and implement a robust compliance management system to address the recruit audit findings, including regular internal audits, staff training, and regulatory requirements, and clear disciplinary procedures for non-compliance. Also, Chair, I recommend that the organization should establish clear performance management framework for all interventions and partnerships, including baseline data, progress indicators, and impact assessment methodologies. This will enable more meaningful reporting to stakeholders and evidence-based decision-making about resource allocation and strategic priorities. I also recommend that the absence of this provincial representative undermines the NAC constitutional obligation to ensure equitable provincial participation in national arts governance section of the National Arts explicit states that every province shall be represented by a representative who shall, within the province in question, be elected by a public and transparent process which shall be determined and overseen by a responsible member. The current composition not only fails to meet this requirement, but also raises questions about the legitimacy of decision made by an incomplete council. Lastly, Chair, I think it also needs an agency of addressing this provincial representative gap that necessitates immediate action with a structured 3-month implementation timeline. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture should initiate the appointment process for the missing provincial representatives within 30 days of this recommendation. A comprehensive review of constitutional and legislative provisions governing multiple boards memberships should be undertaken to establish clear guidelines for NAC Council members. This review should examine the capacity of individuals to effectively discharge their responsibilities across multiple institutions while maintaining the required level of engagement and independence. The review should consider establishing formal limitations on the number of concurrent board positions that NAC Council members may hold, particularly for those serving on other state entities or organizations receiving NAC funding. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bilangkulu. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, NAC, a number of some of the issues raised has been responded to already. But I also would like to say that in terms of Honorable Bilangkulu and Honorable Nkosi, in this particular case, Honorable Bilangkulu has made quite numerous recommendations that we please take note of that for recording purposes and also for the committee purposes. The department, NAC, please respond to some of the issues not been responded to yet.
You want to come first?
You may, Dr. Kumalo.
Okay, I think from our side, Chair, I want to just echo what you are saying, because the recommendations that Honorable Member is making for us come across as very sound recommendations, and I think they are aimed towards looking at how we can enhance our oversight responsibility. I think otherwise there were specific things that, like financial management failures, that I think NAC must respond to, maybe CFO or CEO.
Through you, Chair.
You may proceed, Mr. Botha.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, of course, there was the financial issues related to the audit requirements, which the CFO has addressed, but I think maybe there's one or two items that she might want to reinforce. As far as the interim appointments, I did earlier indicate that the council has embarked on the process. The HR committee has been appointed, and that was, I heard the member mention that it's indicative of various failures. I want to just clarify that the interim position was as a result of the amalgamation. And then the delay from there was the appointment, the transition from the old council to the new council, and the appointments of the committee. So the moment we appointed the HR committee, that committee began the process of filling those permanent positions. So we are, as a council, taking it very seriously and moving with all haste within the confines of the law. So I do want to just hand over again to the CFO, Ms. Bula. Ms. Bula, if there's any questions there that were raised that you felt needed clarification from your earlier statements, please feel free. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Botha. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Kobani.
Nakesa Mtsamoshtulu, our chair, minister, deputy minister, Batrikulori Nkwenu. Ntakombela kuri ni translator leswi nga lava ku swi vutisaku ka minister na lava va downtown, na swi tiva hi nga se fika mara van'wani va vulavula hi downtown. A ni lava ku bela ni vulavula swivutiso swimbirhi ntsena ivi ni nga ha vutisi swin'wana hi swona leswi ni digidaka. Minister, mi vulavule mahungu yan'wani ya ku ri loko mi fika ka department ya n'wina ya sports, arts and culture a ku ri Hollywood, mi kume ku actiwa ngopfu. Xana ku nga va ku sele vangani va actaku loko mi kote ku hoxetela van'wani? Hi lava ku tiva ku lava nga sala va actaku i vangani ka department ya n'wina. Xa vumbirhi, why ku zumba ka ku actiwa department hinkwato? I yini xivangelo xa ku ri ku actiwa ku nga tholiwi vanhu permanent? Or ka yimelo ku ri ta thola n'wana mhani, u ta thola n'wana boti, i ta thola munghana na? hi ku swilo swi fanele swi cinca swi nga yimi ku ti-position letiya va kona vinyi va tona se a hi kombela ku ri mi thola hi xihatla ku tshika ku actiwa se loko minister mo ku mi fike mi hunguta hi hlamuseteni ku sale vangani lava actaku mi kota ku ya mahlweni na vona xa vumbirhi xa vunharhu i xa mhaka ya downtown chair hambi hi nga se fika ka downtown ni kombela ku vulavula hi yona downtown i yini lexi nga endla ku government yi xava downtown lexi a ku ri studio xa RPM.
Honorable Kobani, we are going to deal with the downtown later on, but proceed in this fashion. The minister, don't be worried. We have a translator. We will translate. But the issue of downtown can come a little bit, Honorable Kobani. My apologies. You may proceed.
Isona mtsamashitulo an la ku vutisa kwalaha ka ku ri va nga va siye switulu swingani swa actiweni hikuva na ku ri Hollywood ha lavi ti Hollywood vhela department hinkwato ta Afrika-Dzonga ha ti lavi ti Hollywood loko when the minister mi fiki mi daya ti Hollywood ku sele tingani aka department ya n'wina. Thank you, inkomu.
Thank you. Can we have the translation verdict of what Honorable Kobani has said? Please unmute. Please unmute. Interpreter, please unmute. Proceed.
No, Chair, it's Chabu here, Chair. I'm not
Jabu?
sure what happened to the Shitonga translator, Chair. I'm not seeing him on the platform now. I'm only seeing the isiZulu translator, Chair. I'm just trying to find out exactly what happened.
Is the isiZulu translator in a position to assist us?
No, Chair, is not.
Not. Anyone that can assist us. Oh, this now. I'm so sorry what happened now. But now Honorable Kobani have to repeat everything that he said because the translator is not on this platform. While we wait for the professional staff to add, I'm going to give another chance to Honorable Kobani again. The Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would just like to direct, the following question to the Minister. And that question hinges on the fact that, we are following the Act and we are following the basic provisions of the Act. And this isn't just to test an understanding of the Act and what it encompasses, but it is also something very crucial to understand what could be a conflict of interest. Now, Chairperson, I just want to ask, on what basis and what was the rationale behind setting up the board, or rather the body that conducted the interviews for the National Arts Council appointments and for the shortlisted candidates?
The Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Liam Jacobs. That is what is required of us by the Act. So we are just following the Act to the letter. Thank you.
Chairperson, I asked on what basis was the interview panel constituted? What informed the rationale behind it, apart from just the Act, Chairperson?
Yeah,
what informed the rationale behind the fix?
He said based on the Act.
I don't need any other rationale other than the Act.
All right. Does the Minister know who Liesl Pennekin is?
Very well.
How does the Minister know who Liesl Pennekin is?
I've been following her music since I can remember.
Is it true that Liesl Pennekin has performed at multiple Patriotic Alliance events?
She's performed at PA events, ANC events, I think even your party's events.
Is she an active member of the Patriotic Alliance?
She's a member. I wouldn't say she's an active member, but she's a member of the Patriotic Alliance.
So, Chairperson, that is why I put it to you, Chairperson, that I find it very interesting that the person who was the chairperson of the current board that we have is a member of the Patriotic Alliance. And that is why I want to ask, Minister, you said that the Act is what we are following, and we are following the Act to the T. Are you aware that subsection, or rather section 5.1b of the Act says, a member of the council shall not hold office in any political party or political organization?
I'm very aware of that, and that's why she's not holding any office. What you are inferring is not correct. Liesl Penniken holds no office in the Patriotic Alliance.
That question was not in relation to Liesl Penniken. This question is if you understand that that's a provision within the Act.
I don't understand what you're saying now, because we're speaking about Liesl Penniken. So when did we jump to somebody else, Honorable?
I was satisfied with what was mentioned about Liesl Penniken and her allegiance to the Patriotic Alliance and her position as a chairperson of the panel that conducted interviews. I'm asking you now separately, do you understand the provision made in 5.1b?
The minister, Honorable Jacob, has responded, and it also implied that she has a position, and the minister has made it clear that she has no position. I am happy with the response.
I'm also saying so.
No, but Chairperson, order, Chairperson. I think I have a problem with the manner you are running this meeting today. This is done deliberately. It is under cross-examination where you deliberately play around with the words so that the person, because the minister has been contradicting himself quite often today.
Precisely, Chairperson.
You are not allowing the speaker, the person who's asking questions, to question. And this has been happening even with the higher education minister. She ended up conceding because of such questioning from your own people from PA. They were questioning the minister like that. But today you are not allowing us to do that.
Honorable Tetwa.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Tetwa, you raise a point of order. I allowed you, and now you are making comparisons with other portfolio committee and mention your members, DA members. Not once in this particular meetings that I have indicated or introduced myself from the party I come from. I am happy with the question. We are running out of time. The question has been asked about a certain individual who are part and parcel of the Patriotic Alliance. The minister has responded. A follow-up question has been asked of a clause stating that you must not hold office. And the minister responded that she's not having or holding office. That's why I intervened for the sake of time. But proceed, Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to then ask what informed Liesl Penniken becoming the chairperson of the interview panel?
Well, firstly, nothing precludes her from becoming a part of the panel. Let's start there. Secondly, we have explained previously that we followed the Act to the letter. So nowhere in the Act does it say a Liesl Penniken cannot form part of the process. So we have followed the Act, and if you can point out to me where in the Act that it states she cannot be part of a thing, then I would be able to answer. But whatever feeling you might harbor against Liesl Penniken or I might harbor has no bearing on her appointment or the law or the Act. Let's follow the Act, because we clearly come from different viewpoints.
Chairperson, there seems to be a deficit in the understanding of how what could be considered following an Act to the T and then saying that you have done things properly could preclude the fact that there might be a moral and ethical deficit within appointments made in certain aspects. And that is why, Chairperson, I want to ask, is Eugene Botha still a top 10 member of the Patriotic Alliance, and does he hold any office within the Patriotic Alliance?
Let me first please answer this question, these two questions that you just raised in this one sentence. You are unable to tell me the Act that precludes Liesl Penniken from holding sitting on the panel. In the absence of you not telling me what act we have breached, your feelings and my feelings doesn't matter here. Secondly, office bearers of a political party is the top 6. Eugene is not an office bearer of the Patriotic Alliance. There was an old linked thing where he was there for 2 days when we wanted to remove the Secretary General and we reinstated her in our party. He is currently, and during his term, in a political office in law, has been defined in law through precedent and court cases. And he is not a political office bearer of the Patriotic Alliance. If the chairperson allows me, I can give you the top 6 of the Patriotic Alliance.
Chairperson, if I may come in here, Chairperson, I would like to actually then say that if you want to tackle this on a legal basis, right, this is where the Act is currently contradicting with what has previously been fought in the court of law. Previously, in the court of law of our country, you'll find that it has said that individuals who hold political offices are allowed to work within state entities such as municipalities and provincial governments and national government departments. That is said, right? And the notion of political office bearer refers to anybody who is elected. Now, I understand that that notion is foreign to your party, as your party obviously functions in an appointment-based system. But in the event and the absence of there being elections, naturally appointments would then fill that void, right? Therefore, even if he is a branch chairperson or he's a constituency leader or if he's something like that, he becomes a political office bearer.
He's none of the things you've just mentioned. He's not a branch chairperson. He's not none of the things you've mentioned. And we cannot operate on assumptions and what if and what if. What is the law saying? Let's deal with each other on the Act. A political office bearer is the top 6 of the party. He's not a political office bearer, number 1. Number 2, what are you trying to imply? I'm saying to you that he's not elected, he's not a branch chairperson, he's not a political office bearer. What do you want me to say in as far as Liesl Pennican and Eugene is concerned?
So, Chairperson, to the public, then I put it, that it is very interesting that the minister is of a particular party, that the leader of the individuals conducting the interviews is that same political party, and ultimately the chairperson of that board then becomes the same political party. There is certainly, Chairperson, we must investigate certainly, Chairperson, whether there is actual ethics that can be found in this chairperson. Because in as much as there is a precedent for this, legally speaking, Chairperson, we must investigate the potential of a conflict of interest here. Because we understand, Chairperson, we must understand the framework that certain parties operate in, Chairperson. When you operate in what is a dictatorial party, Chairperson, then you are bound to that leader in that party. When the leader can fire you as he pleases, Chairperson, when the leader has explicitly thrown his own members out of Parliament, Chairperson, then we must talk, Chairperson. I'm still talking. I will not be point of order by Honorable.
Hold on, you cannot describe how this meeting is going to be run. There's a chairperson in this meeting. If you want to be the chairperson,
Chairperson,
as I was proceeding.
Can we have order in this meeting? Can we have Honorable Liam Jacobs asking his question? I haven't heard a point of order from no one.
Chairperson, as I was proceeding.
Chairperson.
Is that a point of order, Honorable?
Yes, Chairperson, it's a point of order. Please don't allow Honorable Malone to just come in while the other Honorable is still on the platform.
I haven't done so, Honorable
Malone. Thank you.
I haven't done so. I will give a member opportunity if there's a point of order. Honorable Liam Jacobs, please proceed.
I've raised the point of order, Chairperson. Why?
I haven't heard you, Honorable Daniels. Please raise it officially. I can't hear you. Please unmute.
I am unmuted, Chairperson. I've even raised my hand on the platform.
No, I haven't heard you. Okay, let me deal with your point of order, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the point of order that I'm raising here is that the Honorable Jacobs is not sticking to what he's doing and to what he's asking, and I cannot prescribe how we must frame or work his questions. But to come and talk now about a party when we're addressing a minister and talking about the dictatorial party and dictatorialship and all that, that is out of order. Because to me now, it takes me back, Chairperson, it takes me back to the other time when I got both yourself and Honorable Liam at Galvindale swimming pool and you wanted to know who fixed the pool. Is it
Honorable,
the PA member?
Honorable Daniels, give me an opportunity. That is not a point of order. What the honorable member does, he is checks and balances to prevent biased decisions. And this interrogation and this way of questioning is a norm in the committee. So I'm going to ask Honorable Jacobs to proceed with his questions. Like I've said, there's a reason why members ask a particular question. The minister has responded. So Honorable Liam Jacobs, proceed.
Chairperson, I find it, I'm actually not surprised at the fact that the Honorable Daniels does not understand checks and balances within a democracy, Chairperson.
Honorable Jacobs, let's deal with the content of what is presented, the questions being asked. You have asked questions, it is within the range of what is being presented to us. I'm allowing you thus. Let us not engage one another. Let's engage with the content, what has been presented, and let's give an opportunity for the minister to respond and from both sides and all parties in a respectful manner. Please proceed, Honorable Jacobs.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. I shall proceed. Chairperson, I'll come back to the rationale. In as much as the Act prescribes that the minister can make those appointments, Chairperson, I want to understand his understanding as to why a member of the Patriotic Alliance became the chairperson of the interview panel. That led, ultimately, to the chairperson of the board being a member of the Patriotic Alliance as well, while he himself, as a minister, is a member of the Patriotic Alliance. What is the rationale? He's not answering the question.
Chairperson, the honourable member says I'm not answering the question, but he's still busy asking the question. I am one person that's not in the habit of disturbing people while they speak. Right. I want to answer Honourable Liam nicely, but I want him to tell me just one thing so I have clarity. He said, I have thrown a member of the PA out of Parliament. Who's that member? So that when I answer on fact and not innuendos and gossip and lies.
But Minister, just a second. Just a second.
Answer everything.
Just a second, Minister. That is the point I've made. Let's deal with the presentation. That is my concern. And in terms of the interrogation from the member pertaining to the party and their representation, well, that's a mindful consideration or question where there may or may not be a potential biasness. But I want it to be happen in a respectful manner where the member asks the question and the minister responds so that we can proceed. Thank you. Honorable Liam Jacobs, do you still want to respond, Honorable Minister?
No, but all I'm saying is my turn to respond.
Yes, please do.
But I have to be clear and fair on Honorable Jacobs. If you can say, he said here, before I come to what he said about the party I belong to, he said here that I have thrown out a member of the PA out of Parliament.
But that's nothing to do with the presentation.
Order, Chairperson.
No, Chairperson, who's asking the questions here, Chairperson?
Order, Chairperson.
The member of the legislature or the member of the executive, Chairperson? I'm the one asking the questions here, Chairperson.
No, let me tell you, I'm the chairperson here. And we have received a presentation from the department. And we are dealing with governance of the department. It is nothing to do with who the minister has put out from Parliament. Let's deal with the presentation. Please.
Order, Chairperson.
Honorable Ntetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I don't remember Liam Jacobs stating a name of a person. It is allowed according to the rules that you can cast aspersion on a party. He didn't mention anybody or a particular person, but said a party that. So it's not a matter of debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Honorable Tetra. I also haven't heard that. I don't know where the minister or when Honorable Jacobs have said that. But Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Well, seeing that in this committee, we're not supposed to ask for clarity. I'm asking, Honorable Jacobs, I'm saying we can stop and play the tapes back. Honorable Jacobs said, I have thrown members out of parliament. That's a serious, I'm a leader of a party. I have hundreds and thousands of people voting for me. If somebody hears I've thrown out members out of parliament, it is a thuggish act. Now you want me to just, but let's park it for that, because he must tell me. If he can, why can't he just mention it? He always mentions stuff. Why can't he mention whoever?
Chairperson, he must speak to the substance of what I have just said, Chairperson. He's going off of the point here. He must come back to the substance of what I have just said.
I'm coming right there now. I just want to, why did you mention?
Give the minister an opportunity to respond if it's done. If the minister still speaks and you want to say something, call a point of order. Let's respect the decorum of this meeting. Honorable William Jacob, proceed.
Jacobs.
I'm sure you meant the minister, Chairperson.
No, I meant you, but if the minister still want to respond, please respond.
I've posed my question to the minister. I'm expecting a response, please, Chairperson.
But this is precisely what I'm now doing, Honorable Jacobs. Honorable Minister.
Firstly, I think this is an apt time. I'm gonna, with your permission, Chair, let me answer his question, and then I will make my remark regarding the clarity I was seeking. So he must not say I am trying to avoid answering his question. Let me start. It is very obvious that Honorable Jacobs knows that I've not breached any act or law. Hence, he's now talking about ethics. My ethics and his ethics are different. Ethics is debatable. Some people say it's ethical to have an abortion. Some people say it's unethical to have an abortion. But here we're not dealing with what he feels or what I feel. We deal with the act. So he has now basically admitted that the act allows me to appoint Eugene Botha. That's one. Two, he talks about my party membership. I'm going to give him a name called Tim Harris. Tim Harris he talks about the Patriotic Alliance, so I'm going to tell him about a gentleman called Tim Harris. Tim Harris was previously a member of the DA. He served as a DA member of the National Assembly. He held other DA-related positions. He's the CEO of Westgrow. He was the CEO of Westgrow. Now, he must not come here and say, I'm talking about his party because he mentioned my party. He must not come here and say it has never happened where an ANC member is part of a board, because our constitution does not disallow you from becoming a member of a board, because our constitution is very clear. Political affiliation is your right. So here we should speak about the act. Which brings me to my other point. What I will not allow, Chairperson, what I will never allow, is for this honorable member to, when he speaks, I listen. But every time I speak, and you rightly called him to order, but on a personal level, I need him to know. You showed Minister Dennis Jordan with your finger. I'm never going to allow you to do that to me. I respect you, respect me. When you speak, I am obliged to listen. And when I speak, you should listen. You should not come in as you feel. You can only come in through a point of order through the chairperson. So, in conclusion, I've breached no act. Patriotic Alliance is not the first party, and it will certainly not be the last party. Your party in the Western Cape is riddled with examples I can make you if I get further time. Thirdly, when you say I've done something wrong, quote the act. Don't quote your feelings. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable William Jacobs, proceed.
Chairperson, I would like to ask the Minister, does he contend that there may be a conflict of interest, Chairperson, between himself, the person who was leading the interview panel, and the Chairperson of the board? Second to that, he has still not answered what his understanding and his rationale is behind appointing these individuals. He has not explained that. He said the act this, he said the act that. He has not explained his rationale. Surely, he has a rationale to act from, Chairperson, and it's not just that.
Jacobs, I cannot describe to the Minister how to respond. The Minister has responded. You have made your point. You have asked a second question. Minister, please respond to the second question.
I want to ask him, does knowing someone, like I know legal Pinnacle, does he equate knowing someone to a conflict of interest? That is laughable. I know him, I know you, Honorable Chairperson, I know Honorable Liam. Knowing someone does not equal conflict of interest like I know legal Pinnacle. How does it constitute a conflict of interest?
Chairperson,
Chairperson, there he goes again. I am still busy,
the Minister
Chairperson.
is still speaking. Speak,
Minister. Third time he's doing that. You are rude. That is rudeness. I have just complained about the very thing. He does it again. I will never stand for this rudeness, Chairperson. This rudeness of this honorable member. When I speak, he's just coming here like he's speaking. He's already cast aspersions on the party I belong to, calling us dictatorial, whatever. Does he know anything about the Patriotic Alliance to say that is casting aspersions on the party? And I, as the leader, must sit here and listen to a man whose party has the majority colored people, but doesn't have one colored minister, doesn't have one colored deputy minister. And you talk about dictatorship. You don't have one colored minister, one colored, and you come tell me about my party. Keep to the staff of the portfolio committee. Don't come to politics. They had last to come. Don't come to us and come with what they've written down for you to come and ask me. Come with facts, come with X, and come with the proof of what you're saying. But don't come and fish here for some information that's not there. You are speculating and you are casting aspersions on good people like Liesl Penniken and Eugene Botha. Tell us what they've done wrong. Go and investigate. I give you all the permission. I will, if the chairperson, the honorable chairperson, call me to account, if there's a conflict of interest, I will make myself available. But don't come here and do what you've done to the other people that appear before the board. Lastly, Chairperson, what you are doing, Mr. Jacobs, you've gotten away for too long with it. Number one, you've taken out a political statement this week on the letterhead of the Democratic Alliance, stating that I have interfered and stopped the netball SA from being investigated, which is a lie. Secondly, you come to this committee and you mix politics. You mix politics with the work of this committee. Thirdly, your oversight is so biased. We are waiting for you to go to the West, to Kalicha, to Guguletu, to go and do oversight also there under D areas. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I have requested you to, all of us, to respect the decorum of this house. And this is precisely what I wanted to prevent earlier on. I'm going to adjourn this meeting for 10 minutes. And I ask all involved to have ice cold water so that we can cool off and proceed with the meeting. Thank you, honorable members. Break for 10 minutes.
I hope you'll not forget me to respond, Chairperson, with all due respect.
Honorable Kaboye.
Can someone respond now?
I didn't.
I'm not going to do it to me. You might try to do it, but not with me, Minister.
Oh, Kabo. Thank you, Kabo.
Aibo, what is happening? Chairperson?
We are on a 10 minutes break.
Oh, sure.
Honorable members, I am going to proceed with this meeting, and I hope everyone has been cooled down nicely. And may I remind honorable members that we have to respect one another and that we respect the decorum of this house, because this meeting is not about individuals, it's not about Honorable Leon Jacobs, it's not about the minister, it's not about Honorable Mtetwa, Khabo, or whoever. This meeting is about discussing issues for South Africa. And I want to make that call that we discuss nothing else but issues that affect and address the needs and the concerns of the people of this country. So let's center our discussions around what is on the table. I'm going to make the following ruling. And that is that we are going to give the opportunity to DSEC to present to us, because we are running out of time, the issue of downtown, and I will give members again an opportunity to ask questions of the business of the day. We are left with limited time, as you all are aware that it is Parliament as well, and then we'll have a meeting this afternoon. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Mtetwa, I see your hand.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, the issue of let me get so that I'm back now from the doctor. I'm back. I've been listening, but I think, Chair, the issue of NAC and how the department is responding, it is running away from the questions that we are asking directly, because we are asking questions on behalf of the public. Now, we're all holding public offices, and it is for us to take into confidence the public's view. These are questions that are coming. If I can show you on my phone, I'm receiving the same questions to say, no, ask him what is. The minister must not answer. I'm not prescribing on how he must answer, but he must remember that there's a moral obligation. You see, to deal with the perception, it's a very difficult issue. We are not going to be clubbed together with the department for having created a cloud around NAC's appointments. If there's a perception that there is a problem in terms of, we need to get deep into it and deal with it. So I would suggest that we move forward to the next presentation of downtown. Maybe if we have time after that, we'll come back to deal with this, because this is very important. Take people into confidence that there's no conflict of interest. This was the first question I asked in my questioning. I said, the independence versus conflict of interest, how does it relate to both? Now he's coming back. He's saying, no, he acted according to the act. That is not what the people are expecting from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mkunu. Honorable Mkunu, I see your hand. Please unmute, and you are allowed to speak.
Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You may proceed.
Oh, okay. Sanbonani, I think the Untlanta or interpreter Zulu is around. Tlanta, are you there?
Honorable Chairperson.
Just a second, Honorable Marlon.
I'm looking for Ntlanta.
Untlanta is in the meeting, Mamukulu.
Okay, can I continue and speak in Zulu, please?
Honorable Mkunu, I've made a ruling that we are going to proceed with the next presentation. It was Honorable Liam Jacob that was the last one on the list.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes. My apologies. Honorable Daniels.
Honorable Chairperson, I respect your ruling. It is just for my understanding, because I'm not sure if I've missed it. There was those two other board names that was going to be tabled here that one NEC member serves on.
I'm happy to deal with that. Honorable Cabo, can you please come in before we give the department an opportunity?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We will not be afraid to raise whatever allegations that we pick up. And that's what we're exactly doing. Chairperson, I'm not sure why are we... Obviously, firstly, let me start with this one. I'll agree with the Honorable Muthetwa. We will not prescribe how the minister must respond to our questions. But in the minister responding to our questions, as a way of clarifying allegations, because in everything that we are saying to the minister that there are allegations here. And these allegations is the only platform for us to raise it as a way of making sure that these are not gossip. So if you take us into confidence, you are not only responding to us, but you're also responding to South Africans and people in this creative industry. That is number one. Number two, Chairperson, I've made mention that there are allegations that the appointments of boards, that is even cutting across all of these boards, not only on NAC, Chairperson. It's a proof that I'm willing to submit in writing. Because these allegations that are there, it has been proven that there are a number of people operating outside the board. That's what I was saying, that there are allegations that even the chair is chairing on more than 4 boards. And we've got that proof that we can submit to your good self. We will not want to play petty politics here. We know that it is every right of any individual in South Africa to belong to a political formation of his or her choice. But there's nothing wrong, but there's everything wrong when the process is being has been deliberately neglected or deliberately transgressed as a way of saying that there's no way that the act is saying that politicians are not allowed to participate. But I'm saying it to you now, Chairperson, I'm more than ready to do it even in writing. I've got that report that proves that not only, I don't have a personal problem with Mr. Botha, by the way, even though the minister is trying to create an impression that I've got a problem with I don't have a problem with Mr. Botha. What I have a problem, it's a relationship that will then seek to undermine the transparency of government and the integrity of all the process that we have conducted. With that being said, Chairperson, I've got 3, if not 4 names that are serving in different boards that I can give it to you. And that was what I was saying to them. It's
Point of order, Chair.
The minister.
Point of order, Chair.
There's a point of order from the minister. Minister.
Just 2 quick point of orders. The first one is, I've never said the Honorable Khabo has a problem with Eugene Botha. I've never said that, Chair. And I will never say that because that will be wrong of me. Secondly, we are still waiting for the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Minister, let me make this ruling. The Honorable Khabo has now indicated that he has more than just one name. Let us give that opportunity to him. It's 5 days, 4 days, 2 days enough, Honorable Khabo?
I can do it even tomorrow, Chairperson. 24 hours is quite enough for me. I don't have any problem of submitting those names, aligning it with the...
Please share it with the portfolio secretary so that that can be forwarded to both the minister and Dr. Kumalo, as well as NAC Chairperson, as well as the portfolio committee members. Department.
From the department, Chair, point of order.
Yes.
You have given us a break, Chair. The break was simply, Honorable Khabo has made an allegation that Eugene Botha sits on 3 boards. We've never denied that there are people that sits on multiple boards. I even said that it's not the first time it's happening. The issue why we gave him a chance is to come back and say it's either Eugene Botha sits on 3 boards, because that's what's out there now, or Eugene Botha. So I'm saying as a matter of fact, Eugene Botha sits on 1 board. Can he disapprove or saying I'm lying? Because I can say the fact anybody that's saying Eugene Botha sits on more than 1 board is not telling the truth. Let's deal with the issue. That's why you gave him the chance to 2 minutes, which became 2 hours. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I still maintain my issue and I still maintain my allegations. There are more than people, there are people who are sitting in more than 3 boards. That I still maintain. And I still maintain that there are allegations that has been proved, that has been said that Mr. Eugene is serving in more than 1 board. The minister has clarified that matter. And I'm saying to you that according to my records, I'm going to prove to you that there are people who are serving in more than one board. And indeed, it has been, I'm saying, the minister has confirmed that Mr. Eugene is not sitting in any of the other boards. And that I can confirm is the truth. But I also want to put it to you that part of my statement was that it's not only Mr. Eugene, like I've indicated, I don't have a problem with Mr. Eugene. It's not only Mr. Eugene, but allegations are out there saying that people are serving in more than 3 boards. And it is being alleged that Mr. Eugene is serving in more than 3 boards. And the minister has clarified it. So I'm saying to you, Chairperson, I'm more than willing to submit my proof in relation to what has been proven. And indeed, I'm still going to maintain my issue. If allegations are there in the public, this is the only platform for us to raise this issue so that we can get clarity from the minister. But unfortunately, we will not accept raising issues and being labeled as liars. Because when you raise an issue in a way of seeking clarity, you cannot be described as a liar. You cannot be described as someone who peddles on gossip. And like I've said, Honorable Chair, this matter, we're still going to take it up with any other legislative processes that are there. Because it cannot be correct that when the minister will seek clarity from him in terms of process that he has followed, you'll then want to be able to...
Honorable Khabo, you've made your point. I think the whole issue stems from the party representation, and that is a concern, Honorable Minister, from the members, and with particular reference to the questions raised by Honorable Jacobs. And for us, in order, I think questions such as mindfulness, as biasness, you have responded, but I think also perhaps within this, there's this quest for impartiality, and when it comes to these decision-making processes, and as Honorable Nteto have said, that we have to sanitize the community out there as far as how we, should I use the word, prioritize our objectives and also our decision-making processes, particularly within this particular portfolio. Department Sports, Arts and Culture, let's proceed.
Chairperson, my hand has been up. I've been waiting to be recognized, Chairperson.
My apologies, Honorable Liam Jacobs. I haven't seen it. You may proceed.
Chairperson, I must firstly guide us in terms of procedure here, Chairperson. Every time somebody call a point of order, Chairperson, nobody points out the rule that they are calling a point of order on. Then they give us a soliloquy, Chairperson. It's ridiculous. Every single time, point of order, nobody says Rule 92, Chairperson. So that's the first thing, Chairperson. The second thing is, Chair, it is very interesting that within our meeting, Chair, we are asking questions, but the answers are being deflected, Chairperson. It is almost as if we have a non-stick frying pan inside of this meeting, Chairperson, that is deflect. Nothing is sticking. No question is being answered, Chairperson. Nothing is being understood about how law actually works, apart from just it being codified, but instead it is also interpreted, Chairperson. So it's very interesting, Chairperson, that we are sitting in a meeting and we are being dodged. It's interesting that we are sitting in a meeting and we are being deflected upon in front of the public, Chairperson. I don't know about you, Chairperson, but we must certainly address the non-answering that is going on within this particular meeting, Chairperson, and we shall do so at the continuation of the meeting. Thank you very much,
Chairperson. I've made a ruling that we proceed with the next item. We are running out of time and people want to know what is happening with downtown. Can we proceed in this fashion? I don't want us to have a debate over this whole issue now. Let us proceed with the next item on the agenda and deal with it accordingly. And I am pretty much sure that there are also members in this particular meeting that have to leave that will attend Parliament in person. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, please proceed. I'm giving you 10 minutes for a very high-level presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation, hope, is going to be put up. Dotwick, if you can please quickly do that. We would be taken through the presentation by Mr. Mbiba, who has better insight into what was happening much as he took over as a project manager. in the last few weeks, last few years as well. Chairperson, our presentation that we have prepared, and Ludwig, I'm not sure whether you're struggling now, gives an outline of what happened since 2008 and where the process actually started. And we have just put some visuals into the presentation to give a sense to the portfolio committee of the building that we are talking about, or an asset that was acquisitioned that we are talking about. But perhaps just to not waste time, sure that the members have seen those visuals which are part of the presentation. I would then request that you move past the visuals, Ludwig and Mr. Mbiba, if you could then take the committee, as the chairperson has said, just taking them through the main parts of this presentation that gives context into this project. Mr. Mbiba, please go ahead.
Thank you, ADG. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues from the National Arts Council. Good afternoon, Minister. In this presentation, I will try to paint a picture for us to understand the matter that we are dealing with, noting that on several occasions when we talk about the downtown issue, there are issues that needs to be understood, especially in relation to the legal objects and the legal subjects, and that will also touch on the rights and responsibilities. So basically, the presentation would identify the key issues surrounding the downtown. But the background to the downtown is that it's a project that was started in 2008 by the former minister. And we have a building that is situated in Johannesburg, 62 Holt Street. It's a 4-story building, and that building, as it is an immovable asset, but it also comprises of movable assets. There's a studio in that building and rehearsal rooms in that building. The National Arts Council acted as a conduit for purchasing of that asset. The ministry planned to donate the downtown asset to a special purpose entity for the development of the music industry. The SPE was subsequently established in 2010 as a non-profit company called Downtown Music Hub. Can you go back a bit? I just want to explain the issues around here, that the non-profit company that was established, it was established not as an entity of the department, but as an entity that will belong to the sector, which minister needed to donate this asset to. Next slide. The key issue that we should note is that though at the later stage the minister gave permission to the National Arts Council to start the process of transferring and donating the asset to the SPE, this was not done because it was opposed by the National Treasury. As a result, the title deed of this asset is still with the National Arts Council, and safe to say that the National Arts Council is by default the owner of the entire asset. Next slide. What we also need to understand is the question that Section 6.3 of the National Arts Council Act states that the council shall not, in its own, establish or acquire or operate any organization or institution connected with the arts, but may initiate projects with which it considers necessary in pursuit of the object, provided that such projects are undertaken in partnership with the existing organization or institution, which have the capacity to undertake such project. So technically, when it comes to this particular clause, then that provision effectively prohibits the National Arts Council from directly operating the downtown business and the entity. There are issues that should be considered, which are labor-related matters. In terms of the purchasing of the asset, it was purchased as a going concern. And in terms of the Labor Act, Section 197 requires that when you purchase such an asset and a business, then you also inherit the employees. But at that point, when this was happening, the employees could not be transferred to the National Arts Council because of those technical matters. As
5 minutes left.
They acted as a conduit, and consequently, the employees were then transferred to the SPE that was established in 2010. Next slide. There are also issues regarding the aging of the building. It's not in good shape. Some structures need to be refurbished. And those are issues that are causing occupational health and safety. Next slide, please. The question of the transfer, though in 2013, the minister approved that the asset be donated to the downtown, as indicated, there was a need to follow the process of the PFMA in terms of Section 76 and to consult with the National Treasury. But as indicated before, the matter of donating the asset to the SPE was not supported. And the primary reason was that there was no clear connection between the special purpose entity and government. And up to date, we, as a department, has spent close to 85 million rand supporting this project. It's due because of the reasons that emanated of being not in a position to transfer this asset to as the minister intended to do. Next slide, please. However, in 2022 and 2023 financially, a proposal was made to the executive to consider integrating this asset to one of the existing DSEC institutions. And that proposal was not up to so far considered. Like many other projects, we can see that the downtown is a project that is heavily relying on government funding. And this project, much as the minister had some intention to see to it that it will contribute for the development of the music sector, but its reliance on government funding, it's something that is continuing. And in many aspects, the SPE has indicated that it's unable to go out and source for further funding simply because they do not have the ownership to the property. There's also a report that has been provided in relation to other aspects that the department has tried to do to assist, and I will request the ADG to take us through that report. It has been developed by the section that deals with the infrastructure in the department, infrastructure funding.
Please wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I think just maybe to conclude the brief presentation, the latest technical assessment that was done by our infrastructure unit indicated that the building is clearly an old building and there is no certainty on how old the building is at this stage. It's approximated at 90 years. It has been exposed to severe weather condition, which has penetrated the structural elements of the building, and the integrity of the building cannot be guaranteed. The technical team from the department has made a recommendation that the department, the building would need further assessment, which would require the experts to be brought on board. This is just in summarizing the conditional assessment that Mr. Mbiba was asking that I also conclude on. A need for civil engineering work to determine the integrity of the structure. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, Honorable Mtetwa in particular have asked very serious questions or a string of questions pertaining to the downtown hub. As a result, it seems, or it came across that the minister, in terms of that information, has actually closed shop there. The presentation is in front of us. Is there any member who would like to interrogate, would like to ask questions pertaining to this issue? I am going to give first Honorable Kobani, and then Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Mkunu, and then Honorable Pilankulu, as the names has come up in that order. Honorable Koban.
Thank you, Chair.
And
Thank
me
you.
too, Chair, it's Honorable Nkosi.
Noted, Honorable.
Chair, lexi ni lava ku xi vutisa ku ri xikongomelo xa ku ri government yi xava downtown leyi yi ri under RPM a yi xava hi profit ya njhani ku ri vanhu va ta vuyeriwa njhani, because ni twa va ku is a sector la yi ta pfuna sector, which sector la yi fanele yi pfuna yona, hikuva vanhu kusukela yi vekiwile a ni voni profit leyi pfunaka ti-sector. Downtown a ni hambani na yona, but lexi ni hambanaka na yona i ku va ni a ni se vona yi pfuna tinqambi or ti-artist ta South Africa. Ko va private, why government yi xave downtown yi xavela private people? Because a yi zangi yi benefita nchumu ka tinqambi ta South Africa as whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, translator. Please proceed. Please unmute. You are not unmuted. Can we unmute? Oh, you are unmuted, but we can't hear you. Ikoza? Interpreter? There we go. Please go ahead. Can you please adjust your sound, interpreter for Ikoza? We can't hear you. Jabu?
Chair, I don't know why we can't hear him, because he's here in the meeting and the mic is open. So I don't know what's wrong.
Are they at Parliament?
Let's call him. Excuse me, Chair?
Are they at Parliament?
I'm not sure, Chair, but he's in the meeting.
Sure. Honorable Kobani, it's not your day. Honorable Mtetwa, please indicate.
No, Chair. Our language is being improved that you can speak our language. Please, I need the answer. You cannot, this is not my day. I need the answer. Otherwise, we'll be in this meeting until tomorrow.
No, I've made a rule that they have to find out what is the reason and why we can't hear. We will come back to that. Unless we will wait a bit, we will waste time.
Even the first one, Chair, sorry to interfere. Even the first one, I never had anything from it.
I agree. We have to address this. It's unacceptable. We have
Sorry, Chair.
We have made arrangements.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Chabu.
I've been told that at the bottom there, interpretation, members have to go to interpretation and press English because we've already enabled the interpretation there on the system. So if you go down there,
we haven't been informed. I thought it's going to happen during.
I've never been informed, Chair. I've never been informed that I must press
definitely. We're not dealing with this in this way in the meeting.
Yes. And this meeting was supposed to be visual, physical, not these things.
Can you ask the interpreter to do it in this way because he is in this meeting? And some of the members and representatives in this meeting perhaps don't have that facility, I get it. Not sure.
Check your WhatsApp messages.
Chabu, can you ask the interpreter to do it? Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, Chair.
So just explain the procedure in terms of the translation.
At the bottom, Chair, of the screen,
there's
different options. Now, there's interpretation there at the bottom. If members press their English, because we've got two translators in the meeting, so you must press English there, and then while Mr. Kobane is speaking, the interpretation will also take place simultaneously, and you'll be able to hear the question.
I hope members has taken note of that, as well as representatives of the department and National Arts.
Sorry, Chair, can I repeat my question?
Okay.
Before another honorable comes.
Go ahead.
Niri, why Fumukoto Shaba downtown? Le koka nga vonangi mpfuno wa yona aka community artist ta South Africa. Shuvula ku ava xavela private company, not sector ya South Africa. That is my question. The other first one, Chair, I was asking Kuri, the minister, vate loko va nghena ka department ya sport, arts and culture, aku ri Hollywood, aku actiwa ngopfu. Sweswi number yoko yi nga active, ku nga va ku ri how many numbers leti nga sala ku ri nga active? That was my question. Nkensini.
Okay, thank you. Can we get the response there? And may I also ask that the questions raised and what the Honorable Kobane has said be taken up verbatim and also being distributed to the department for a response in writing, as well as distribution to members. The department.
Thank you, Chair. The question relating to why the department decided to buy a downtown, I think, Chair, we can only respond in line with the information we are getting from the documents that emanate from what happened in 2008. And the documents that we are getting indicated, as Mr. Mbiba was saying, that there was a rationale against which the then minister was basing his decision, which was informed at that particular time by a need that he had identified, that particular minister, that would boost. Unfortunately, we are sitting where we are now. From 2008, almost 16 years later, a chair, and the commercial viability that that minister might have hoped would actually ensure that the facility is self-sustainable never happened. Hence, we are looking at the figures that have supported the entity, or that have supported the downtown, coming up to an expenditure of more than 83 or 85 as Mr. Mbiba. So unfortunately, Chair, at this point, we can only base our response on the documentation that we are able to get. That informs the decision that was made. That's basically how I can be able to respond to the why question, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Mtetwa, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I know why this building was bought. I was there, but I'm not going to take my time to respond on behalf of the department. This was a purchase that went so wrong from the beginning. That place is supposed to be a heritage site. It's supposed to be a precinct. The area around downtown, when you walk from downtown to the old Gallo record company, it's supposed to be a precinct, but it's full of drug addicts, drug lords, people who are doing cars, who are painting cars, everything that has nothing to do with arts. And that's what the department failed. And the reason why it failed, because I was one person with Opa Lebogo who was drafting the business plan for that. But out of malice, out of spiting Eugene, they removed me. The Paulo Jordan removed me because he had a problem with Jacob Zuma. He said that he cannot be led by an uneducated president because I was close to Zuma. So the political thing interfered with that thing. May his doctorate rest in peace. Here are my questions. NAC was not used as a conduit. This was forced upon NAC, political interference at its play. It was forced down the throat of NAC, and that is the reason why NAC for all these years has been receiving these audit setbacks because of downtown. And it is outside the mandate. Now, tell me, Minister, you have suspended now. You have suspended downtown studios. In fact, it is said that it is a shutdown. You cannot shut down downtown studios, as I've indicated, that it is a heritage site for us. It carries the history of this country in music. What are you going to do with the staff members that have not been paid for a period of time and now who have been sent home with nothing, with no hope, with nothing in promise to say, this is what we are going to do? You have not set even time frames. What are your time frames in turning around downtown studio? Because we are not going to allow you to shut down downtown studio. You just have to find a way that has to work for downtown studios. What are you going to do with officials that I told them in 2009 during that meeting where President Zuma was meeting the sector? I told them that downtown studio was not a success, and the report was saying downtown studio is a success. From 2009 to date, what are you going to do to those officials who have been lying in their reports and saying downtown is a success, talking about downtown and not alerting government that this thing is not working? Consequence management. Can you give us names of the CEOs that have been part of downtown and indicate if there has been any successes that can be registered from any of those CEOs? And how much were you paying the CEOs, each CEO, for the work that they were doing? And what can you point out as outstanding achievements through this project relating to any of the leadership that has been there, any CEO that has been there? What have you achieved through Downtown Music Hub, since you've been reporting it as an achievement? In terms of the support and the reports by Downtown to DSEC, what are the top 3 items that you can point in terms of spending, Downtown Music Studio spending? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to ask NAC and also particularly the Minister to respond. And Minister, I just want to share my apologies, the committee members' concern with decisions of this nature without, the recognition, consultation of the committee. That is a great, great concern of what has transpired here after, it has reported by members of this committee that we have problems, and the next thing we hear, it is shut down. NAC, there's a few questions for you. And then I'm going to, after the questions and responses, I will ask Honorable Mkunu. Please also take note that she is going to speak in her mother tongue. You are welcome to adjust your gadgets accordingly to English. Thank you.
Right. Can I go first, Honorable Chair?
Yes, please do, Minister.
Right. Chairperson, if I just tell me if I'm incorrect, but I heard Honorable Mtet was saying that he knows the reasons why the building was acquired, and by his facial expression, it seems it was acquired under dubious circumstances, but leave that there. He is also saying, the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mtet was also saying that that Downtown Studios he doesn't know of any successes of Downtown Studios. Hence, he's asking the questions to us today. Now, I share his thinking, if I correctly put it, the Chair, that he's also asking me what happens to the staff there, what must happen to the staff that's working there, and what must happen to their salaries. We have up to date, according to the numbers that have been given, spent 80 million rand. We spend every month around 350,000 rand so that salaries can be paid and maintenance can be achieved. Now, every company should pay UIF in the event of loss of jobs so that there can be unemployment insurance. But I, as the minister, surely, Chair, I need to be clear on this issue. How do I continue to pay millions and millions and millions, but there's no tangible results? I can't spend state money on nostalgia. Oh no, that is our site. Heritage sites do close down around the world. But how do I justify that an artist of the caliber of Doc Shebeleza cannot pay for his funeral because he has been exploited? And I continue to spend millions and millions with no result. We have closed Downtown until we are satisfied with the very same answers. And I'm going to keenly listen to what the department is answering, because I know the answers they've given me and I expect to hear the same answers here today. Downtown Studio cannot expect the state. That was not the arrangement. The arrangement, after consultation with the members of the department, was that the state will start Downtown, but it will then become self-sustainable. It will sustain itself. It has been how many years? We're going for 20 years. We must still give money And in any business, when you pay something and you don't know when you're going to stop paying, you close the business. We don't know when we're going to stop paying. We don't see a forecast that tells us you're going to stop paying in the year 2027. How do I still take taxpayers' money? Thank you very much, Chair. I will also listen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Minister. I'm going to make the following ruling. Ask the members to post all their questions because of time. If the department and or the minister respond and don't make it, we would like those questions that has been asked responded to in writing. Honorable Mkunu, she's going to speak in a mother tongue. Please proceed, unmute.
Angibingelele sihlalo.
Greetings, Chair. We
presentation.
hear the presentation, but I think I agree with my colleague, Mr. Mthethwa, in that why is downtown being closed? Because this was a place that was helping our artists. We have history in that place. It produced people that were recording music, that was making South Africa happy. We're speaking about Stimela, Miriam Makeba, and lots of people. Why is this place being destroyed? Where should our artists go? Because this was a place that was proper for them. It had proper sounds, proper equipment. It was also affordable. And that was a place that they could go and produce their music so that they can support their livelihoods. What should they do now that the place is being closed at home and support their families? Now there's no electricity there. They are using generators. Some artists have booked up until September. What are they supposed to do now? I think the minister is not considering that those that who had already been there, what should they do? Where should they go? Is there an alternative plan or alternative place that could work exactly like the same place so that our artists could go to that place? Because our artists should not be pushed into poverty, because if we close this place, we are pushing our artists to poverty. So I am therefore requesting that there should be money put in there and some plans be made to ensure that the place is restored back to its original state, and that the people should it should be fixed, and we should see how we take it forward. But closing it, we do not agree with. There should be plans that our artists are able to access this facility, do their work and support their families. Thank you very much.
Chair.
The chair is rejoining. He just lost the connectivity. Chairperson.
Honorable members, my apologies. I don't know what happened now. I've just been kicked out of the meeting. Honorable, let me just see who is there. Honorable Bilankulu, can you proceed and hand over, make a ruling and hand over to the next honorable member? I was not part of proceedings now. Can you proceed as chairperson for this meeting?
Chairperson, I wanted to, or let me ask my questions first, then I will proceed.
Honorable Bilankulu, deal with the previous speaker's issue, just to keep me informed. Deal with it in your capacity now as a chairperson, then I will take over after that and give you an opportunity.
No, Chairperson, Honorable Mkunu was still asking the questions. I think the translation, they were busy translating. I think they had the questions. It was only her asking questions.
Okay, thank you so much. And you may proceed with your question.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah. My question goes like this, Chair. How can DTMH achieve financial sustainability when current revenue generation appears insufficient to cover operations cost and government funding has been reduced without clear alternative sources identified? The projected income assumes optimal facility utilization that may not reflect current market conditions or competitive positions. The second question, Chair, goes like this. How realistic are the music precinct development plans given current infrastructure deficiencies and funding constraints? The presentation envisions substantial capital investment in venues, museums, restaurants, and public spaces without clearly identifying funding resources or phrased implementation strategies. The feasibility of this vision requires detailed financial modeling and stakeholder commitment analysis. Chairperson, the institutional ownership and legal stand who legally owns and controls the downtown music hub, and what is the relationship between the building ownership by the National Arts Council and the operational entity formed in 2010, given that multiple sources indicate neither DSEC nor NAC wants to claim ownership? How can accountability be established for the 93 million in public funds allocated to DTMH over 9 financial years? My last question, Chair. Based on the financial allocation of 6 million annually from 2020-21 to 2023-24 and 4 million in 2024-25, what tangible outcomes and improvements can DTMH demonstrate? How does the organization justify the substantial public investment when it currently cannot pay staff salaries or service providers? And DSEC has indicated no further funding is available. What accountability mechanism exists to track the utilization of public funds, particularly given allegations of corruption and irregular salary packages, including a CEO contract worth of 1.3 million plus 10% fundraising bonus negotiated without board approval? Chairperson, I also have recommendation on this. My first recommendation is the DTMH requires immediate governance reform to establish clear ownership, accountability, and oversight mechanism. This should include formal agreements between NAC and DSEC, delineating operations responsibilities, financial oversight requirements, and performance monitoring framework, independent board appointment processes, and defined professional qualifications and term limits would enhance governance credibility and reduce political interference. The current board should be dissolved due to fundamental governance failures, compliance issues, and unresolved ownership crisis. A new board should be constituted through requirement of NPCs, ensuring at least 3 qualified doctors who meet independence criteria and possesses relevant expertise in arts management, financial oversight, and legal compliance. All board all board meeting minutes, financial records, and decision-making processes from 2010 to present should be audited by the independent party. This audit should examine the allegations of corruption, nepotism, and irregular appointment detailed in the 2020 letter by former board chairperson Rudolph Mamawulo. The audit should also clarify the legal basis of all boards appointments and assesses compliance with NPC governance requirements. Second last recommendation, Chair. Before any board reappointment, the ownership structure must be legally clarified and formalized. This requires determination whether DTMH should remain an independent NPC, become a government entity under DSEC or NAC, or transition to a different legal structure entity entirely. The resolution should include clear accountability framework for public funds utilization and establish proper oversight mechanisms to prevent future governance failures. The last recommendation, Chair. Any new board appointments should follow transparent selection processes with clear criteria for independence, expertise, and accountability.
Honorable Bilankulu, can I just stop you there? We are left with very, very few minutes. Are you sure the recommendations that you are making currently, is that on downtown?
Yes.
100% sure.
Unless you want to put them somewhere else.
No, I just want you to make sure whether it is on downtown or not, the recommendation.
It's me who's giving the recommendation for downtown.
Okay.
It's
okay,
myself.
can you wrap up? I'm having Honorable Nkosi and then Honorable Moletsana, and then we have to log on for Parliament. My apologies.
I was wrapping up. It's only that you...
Okay, my apologies. Thanks, Honorable Bilankulu.
Interfered.
Thank you. I am sorry for interfering.
I said any new board appointments should follow transparent selection process with clear criteria for independent expertise and accountability. The new governance structure should include term limits, staggered appointments to ensure continuity, and robust conflict or interest policies. Additionally, the appointment process should establish clear reporting relationship with the owner entity and implement quarterly performance reviews to ensure effective oversight of public resources and institutional objectives. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bilankulu. So sorry to have done that to you, Honorable Nkosi, and then Moletsani.
Don't interfere, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, Chairperson, before
ask?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Moletsani.
Can I transfer my questions to Honorable Bilankulu because the plenary is just about to start?
Yeah, please do so. I'm also on my way there.
So you will give Honorable Bilankulu a chance again on my behalf.
Okay, Honorable Nkosi, thank you, Honorable Moletsani, for that. I'm so
No,
sorry.
thank you very much, Chair. I will start with the one that I asked before. What specific governance reforms are required to address ownership ambiguities and ensure proper oversight of public funds, of proper funds? The current arrangement between NAC ownership and DSEC control creates accountability gaps that have enabled financial irregularities and undermined public confidence. Clear delineation of roles, responsibilities, and reporting requirements is essential for institutional credibility. The other question that I have, given the ownership crisis adversely impacting DTMH's future, what is the scope of the current board's decision-making authority? How can the board make strategic decisions about the music precinct project and projected income of 22,120,000 when the fundamental question of institutional ownership remains unresolved? With these two questions, I've got recommendations as well for the two questions that I asked, Chair, before they respond. The music precinct vision requires phased implementation with clear funding, milestones, and feasibility assessments. Priority should focus on addressing immediate infrastructure deficiencies before expanding into new facility development. Grant funding from cultural development organizations, heritage preservation funds, and tourism development agencies. I'm sorry, Chair. Priority should focus addressing immediate infrastructure deficiencies before expanding into new facility development. Grant funding from cultural development organizations, heritage preservations funds, and tourism should support specific precinct elements while reducing dependence on government operational funding. The other one, strategic partnership with educational institutions, music industry organizations and tourism operators could provide stable revenue streams while advancing DTMH social objectives. Formal partnerships agreement with universities for music technology programs, collaboration with international recording artists for heritage tourism, and corporate sponsorship arrangements for community programs could diversify funding sources and enhance market positioning. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Appreciate. Honorable Pilankulu, may I ask that you submit those questions of Honorable Molatani in writing? We are now completely have run out of time, and I would like that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture would respond to us on all the questions pertaining to this item. And I also request that the other members who still have questions to ask to do that in writing. Honorable members, I'm going to close this meeting. The Minister wanted to mention something at the end. Unfortunately, we are not able to do that unless we are dealing with it later tonight. Our meeting tonight starts at 6 o'clock in the afternoon up until 9 o'clock. I would like the professional staff members to again send the link for us, and I would now recall members that they can join for their meeting that will now start in a few minutes with Parliament. I have no option or choice but to declare this meeting as closed. Thank you, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.